Hey guys, welcome to another journey into the depths of history, where we're diving into the shadowed life of Vlad III. You probably know him better as Vlad the Impaler, or that other guy, the historical Dracula. But forget everything you think you know about vampires and gothic romance. This is the story of a prince shaped by darkness, divine purpose, and what I can only describe as a seriously dysfunctional childhood. We're going to explore his youth as basically a political prisoner of the Sultan, the impossible David versus Goliath stakes he faced battling an empire that could crush him like a bug, and the grand ideology of holy war that made his brutal methods seem, well, divinely justified. Before we dive deeper into this delightfully grim tale, find that comfortable spot, settle in, maybe dim the lights, and just let your body relax into whatever you're lying on. Trust me, you're going to be grateful for that cozy bed by the time we're done. Picture yourself stepping softly into the dim, flickering candlelight of 15th century Wallachia. No electric streetlights here, guys. Just shadows dancing on stone walls and the constant, gnawing awareness that death was probably lurking around every corner. This was a land caught between empires, danger, and faith. Basically, the medieval equivalent of being stuck between a rock and a very sharp, very bloody place. Wallachia, nestled in what's now southeastern Europe where modern Romania sits, was the ultimate strategic crossroads. Think of it as the world's most dangerous intersection, bordered by Hungary, the massive Ottoman Empire, Moldavia, and Transylvania. You would have been living in a land that was essentially a frontier for trade, military campaigns, and the kind of delicate diplomatic exchanges that usually ended with someone getting their head chopped off. The mighty Danube River cut through this landscape like a medieval highway, acting as both natural defense and vital route for commerce, and more often than not, invading armies. Wallachia itself was what they called a principality, governed by voivodes, basically princes, but don't imagine Disney here. These guys ruled with iron fists and the constant knowledge that their authority was perpetually contested by powerful neighbours who had zero qualms about removing them from power. Permanently. In Vlad's era, Wallachia was a semi-autonomous vassal state, which is fancy diplomatic speak for technically independent, but actually under Ottoman thumb. Always striving for independence, always failing, always paying the price. You see, rulers like Vlad III were constantly trying to strengthen their regional sovereignty through military might, legal reforms, and careful alliances that could crumble faster than a stale biscuit. The political landscape was a tumultuous sea of conflicts, alliances, and betrayals. Imagine medieval Game of Thrones, but with more impaling and less budget for fancy costumes. Constant internal power struggles meant that being a ruler was less about wearing a crown and more about surviving long enough to actually use it. Wallachian rulers, desperate for any scrap of independence, even minted their own coins and constructed religious sites, medieval flex moves, really, all while engaging in intricate diplomacy to ward off external control, especially from the ever-expanding Ottoman Empire that was basically the medieval equivalent of that neighbour who keeps expanding their fence into your yard. Get comfortable, maybe settle into your favourite chair or bed, because we're about to unravel the paradox of a prince whose ruthlessness was forged in the fires of captivity and faith. Here's the thing about Vlad the Impaler's brutal actions. And they were brutal, make no mistake. They were often framed by him as defense of Christianity. Not exactly the turn the other cheek variety of Christianity, mind you. This was more like turn the other cheek so I can see where to stick the stake Christianity. He actively promoted the Orthodox Christian faith, even bolstering the Wallachian Orthodox Church by donating wealth to monasteries and supporting the election of its own metropolitan. Think of it as medieval church politics, but with actual stakes, both metaphorical and literal. This was a significant step toward ecclesiastical independence from Constantinople, basically giving the religious finger to the Byzantine establishment. To him, and perhaps to many around him, he was a staunch defender of Orthodox Christianity, aligning his policies with what he saw as the religious standards of his time. Even though he started Orthodox and only converted to Catholicism later during his imprisonment, because nothing says, "Please don't execute me," like a convenient religious conversion, his public declarations always spoke of preserving Christianity. He portrayed his fight as a holy war against the Muslim Ottoman invaders, framing himself as a Christian hero, a protector of Christendom. Even if his methods were, well, let's just say they wouldn't pass a modern human rights inspection. If you enjoy these whispery tales that blend grim history with gentle storytelling, please consider hitting that like button and subscribing. And drop a comment sharing where in the world you're listening from. It's always fascinating to know these darkly soothing stories are reaching people everywhere, from cozy bedrooms in Sweden to late-night study sessions in Tokyo. Let the echoes of past shadows guide us into understanding a terrifying yet strangely human story. The brutal education that would forge Vlad into the monster history remembers was just beginning. You might not know this, but Vlad III and his brothers spent a significant chunk of their youth as hostages within the Ottoman Empire. Not guests, not exchange students, hostages. Political insurance policies with beating hearts and developing minds that could be molded, manipulated, or simply snuffed out if their father stepped out of line. They were educated in Turkish language and customs, an experience that profoundly shaped young Vlad's understanding of the world, especially Ottoman society, its military structure, and the language of power. Imagine being a kid, ripped from everything you know, and suddenly you're learning math and philosophy from the very people your father is supposed to be fighting. Talk about mixed messages. Picture being detained in places like Gallipoli, then shuffled around to other Ottoman centres, like a piece on a chessboard, sometimes held in actual chains. Because nothing says quality education like iron shackles. Despite these hardships, you would have received what passed for a top-tier education within the Ottoman court, covering everything from mathematics to religious tenets, learning about Ottoman customs and politics firsthand. It was like the world's most terrifying study abroad program. Yet even during this captivity, even as a powerless child in a foreign court, Vlad showed defiance. He clashed with his tutors, endured severe punishments for his rebellious spirit, and probably spent more time in whatever passed for medieval detention than any other hostage prince. This wasn't just imprisonment, it was a crucible, a brutal forge that shaped his later political and military strategies. Every beating, every humiliation, every lesson in Ottoman tactics was being filed away in the mind of a future prince who would use that knowledge to become their most effective enemy. And speaking of those early lessons, let's dive into just how thoroughly this childhood went off the rails. Picture this. You're 11 years old, maybe 12. At that age, most kids today are worried about homework and whether their crush likes them back. Vlad, he was worried about whether he'd wake up with his head still attached to his shoulders. You see, being a prince in the 15th century wasn't all fancy robes and medieval room service, especially not for our boy Vlad III. His early years were anything but charmed. And by not charmed, I mean they were basically a masterclass in how to traumatize a child into becoming history's most efficient nightmare. He and his younger brother Radu were taken as hostages by the Ottoman Sultan. Not invited, not requested to attend. Taken. Like political luggage with beating hearts. Can you imagine that conversation? One moment you're probably playing with wooden swords in your father's castle, maybe complaining about your Latin tutor, and the next you're basically a human insurance policy in the court of your father's greatest enemy. The records suggest he was around 11 when this delightful experience began, which means he was still young enough to believe in fairness, but old enough to understand when it was being systematically destroyed. He was first detained at the Ottoman court in a place called Erugurs, a grim mountain fortress tucked away in Asia Minor. Think medieval Alcatraz, but with fewer amenities and more existential dread. This wasn't some fancy diplomatic residence. This was a rather obscure but strategically important location where they kept their most valuable prisoners. Later, he was moved to Adrianople, which is modern-day Edirne, right in the beating heart of the Sultan's court. Imagine being moved from one prison to another, except each move meant you were getting closer to the center of power, and therefore closer to the people who could order your execution on a whim. During this unwanted study abroad program, and I use that term with maximum irony, Vlad received what you might generously call a comprehensive education. He wasn't just left to mope in a cell counting stones, though honestly, that might have been kinder. Instead, he was educated in Turkish language and customs, which was standard operating procedure for young nobles taken as hostages. Think of it as forced cultural immersion, but with the constant threat of death hanging over your head like the world's worst Duolingo experience. This meant learning the Turkish language until he was fluent, understanding Ottoman customs until he could navigate their court politics, and getting a first-hand look at their military, social, and cultural norms. He was schooled in various sciences, mathematics, and perhaps most ironically, courtly manners. Yes, they taught him diplomatic etiquette and governance, skills he would later use against them with the kind of brutal efficiency that would make his teachers deeply regret their career choices. His early upbringing became this fascinating, terrifying mishmash of cultures: Saxon Transylvania from his mother's side, his native Wallachia, and then the dominant Ottoman Anatolia. It was like being raised by 3 different civilizations simultaneously, each with their own ideas about how to properly traumatize a young mind. This cultural cross-pollination even influenced his fashion sense, if you can believe it. Portraits from later in his life show him dressed in regal attire that looked suspiciously like Turkish military or noble dress, complete with turbans, a fashion choice typical of janissaries or Turkish officials. So he wasn't just learning their language and customs, he was literally wearing their culture. Talk about Stockholm Syndrome with accessories. Now, let's talk about the atmosphere within that court, because tense doesn't begin to cover it. Imagine the most stressful workplace you've ever been in. Maybe that job where your boss changed their mind every 5 minutes and you never knew if you were getting fired. Now multiply that by 1,000 and add the very real possibility that getting fired means getting your head removed from your shoulders. It was a pressure cooker of fear, mistrust, and brutality, seasoned with just enough false courtesy to keep everyone guessing. Vlad's detention wasn't just a political move, it was a constant living reminder of how precarious life could be when you're caught between empires. Lives were constantly hanging in the balance, ready to be snuffed out if the political winds shifted even slightly. And Vlad already had a reputation for harshness, even as a youth, which probably didn't help his popularity at court social gatherings. The Ottoman court under the Sultan was a strict, militarized society where genuine trust was about as rare as a unicorn with a dental plan. Hostages like Vlad were leverage, human bargaining chips in the grand game of regional diplomacy. The Greeks and Turks in Constantinople were always watching, always scheming, always looking for ways to use these captive princes as tools in their larger political games. This created an environment of constant tension, where loyalties were perpetually questioned, and your life could hang by a thread thinner than medieval toilet paper, which, by the way, didn't exist, so that's saying something. Picture waking up every morning not knowing if today was the day someone decided you'd outlived your usefulness. Picture learning to read not just books, but faces, expressions, the subtle shifts in court politics that could mean the difference between dinner and the executioner's block. This wasn't childhood. This was survival training disguised as education. While the exact psychological impact of this hostage experience is lost to history, they didn't exactly have child therapists in the 15th century. We can only imagine what it did to a young boy's developing mind. The historical records don't give us a detailed psychological profile, but it's pretty clear this period of captivity fundamentally shaped who Vlad would become. This was where he probably developed his talent for reading people, for understanding how fear works, for learning that sometimes you have to become the monster to survive among monsters. He wasn't just physically detained, he was psychologically forged in fire. It's hard to maintain any faith in human kindness when your childhood is spent in the shadow of the executioner's block, when every lesson comes with the implicit threat that failure might be fatal. This experience didn't just steal his resolve, it fundamentally rewired his understanding of how the world worked. He learned that power was the only currency that mattered, that fear was often more effective than love, and that sometimes ruthlessness wasn't just practical, it was necessary for survival. He saw firsthand how the Ottoman Empire maintained control through a careful balance of brutality and diplomacy. He watched how they crushed rebellion, how they rewarded loyalty, how they turned potential enemies into useful allies through a combination of education, threats, and occasional mercy. These weren't just abstract political lessons, they were survival skills, carved into his memory through years of careful observation and bitter experience. His captivity wasn't just a single unpleasant experience that he could eventually put behind him. It stretched across various locations and years, each one adding another layer to his education in the art of power and survival. After those early days in the mountain fortress of Eriguz and the political hub of Adrianople, Vlad found himself detained in Gallipoli, down in Thrace, for several months. And then came the famous stretch at Visegrad, a fortress perched on the Danube in Hungary, where he spent approximately 12 years of his life. Now, some sources like to paint this Hungarian period as him being a guest of honor, rather than a mere prisoner, probably because it sounds more civilized than political hostage. But let's be honest here. When you can't leave, when your freedom depends entirely on the whims of your hosts, you're still a captive. It's just a cage with better accommodations and maybe decent wine. He even owned property in Pest and Peck during this time, which suggests he had achieved a certain level of status and trust, but it was still fundamentally a golden cage, complete with golden bars. Even during this supposedly more comfortable captivity, propaganda about his cruelty was already circulating, painting him as a monster, even while he was being treated with apparent respect. It's like having a reputation that precedes you, except in this case, the reputation involved impaling people and drinking their blood, not exactly the kind of social media presence you want following you around. So whether he was at the grim fortress of Gallipoli, the political prison of Visegrad, or even later at places like Alba Iulia, Vlad's youth was defined by being held in some form of detention or political leverage. Every single one of these experiences chipped away at whatever innocence he might have started with, replacing it piece by piece with a steely resolve and a terrifying understanding of human nature at its most brutal. By the time he eventually gained his freedom, he wasn't just educated, he was weaponized, a human instrument forged in the fires of captivity and tempered by years of carefully controlled fear. But here's where our story gets really interesting. Because being a traumatized, highly educated former hostage is one thing. Being a traumatized, highly educated former hostage who now has to run a country caught between superpowers, that's a whole different level of nightmare. So let's take a nice, slow breath and settle into this next part of Vlad's impossible story. Imagine you're running a small business, a corner store, let's say. Sounds peaceful, doesn't it? You're picturing yourself stocking shelves, maybe chatting with regular customers, counting your modest but honest profits at the end of the day. Now imagine that corner store is sandwiched directly between two warring megacorporations. Both of them want your prime real estate. Neither of them particularly cares about your property rights, or your right to exist, for that matter. That was Wallachia in the 15th century. A small principality, constantly being squeezed like a stress ball between the colossal Ottoman Empire stretching up from the south and the powerful Kingdom of Hungary looming to the west. Then you had smaller but still irritating neighbours like Moldova poking at you from the east, plus the ever-present meddling of Transylvanian nobles and Polish aristocrats who seemed to have opinions about everything you did. Wallachia was basically the medieval equivalent of that one house on the block that everyone wants to buy, except no one wants to pay fair market value. They just want to take it, with armies. The geopolitical stakes for Little Wallachia were, to put it mildly, astronomical. It was what diplomats like to call a semi-independent state, which is a fancy way of saying it had a ruler, sure, but that ruler's autonomy was constantly being chipped away at by vastly more powerful neighbours who treated sovereignty like a suggestion rather than a law. The voivodes, that's what they called Wallachian rulers, really just wanted to accomplish one simple thing: maintain some semblance of independence, keep their little corner store running without getting swallowed up by the corporate giants on either side. But here's the thing about the Ottoman Empire, especially under Sultan Mehmed II. This was the same guy who conquered Constantinople in 1453, basically ending 1,000 years of Byzantine history in one spectacular siege. He wasn't content to just sit back and admire his new prize. Mehmed II was expanding like a particularly aggressive social media platform, pushing hard into the Danube region, systematically looting towns, campaigning everywhere from Bosnia to Serbia to Moldavia, all with the single-minded goal of installing rulers who were friendly to Ottoman interests. Sound familiar? It's like having Amazon move into your neighborhood, except instead of just undercutting your prices, they burn down your store and install their own manager. For most small principalities, this was a losing battle. You paid tribute, you acknowledged Ottoman overlordship, you kept your head down and hoped they didn't notice you too much. But Vlad had learned a few things during his charming childhood as an Ottoman hostage, and one of those things was that sometimes the only way to deal with bullies is to become absolutely terrifying. Vlad's military resistance campaigns were nothing short of desperate. He was constantly fighting to defend Wallachia from Turkish invasions, engaging in military efforts that were primarily aimed at one impossible goal: resisting Ottoman domination. Sometimes, when the situation was truly hopeless, this meant paying tribute and acknowledging Ottoman rule for a while, just to buy time and avoid outright conquest. Think of it as paying protection money to the mob, except the mob has cannons and a tendency to impale people who miss payments. But Vlad wasn't the type to stay subservient for long. He was more like that one customer who keeps coming back to argue about store policies, except with significantly more violence. One of the most famous examples of his audacious resistance was the night attack of 1462. Picture this. Mehmed II had marched a massive Ottoman force into Wallachia. We're talking estimates as high as 100,000 to 200,000 men, an army so large it probably had its own weather system. The Sultan's plan was simple: depose Vlad and replace him with his more compliant younger brother, Radu the Handsome. Yes, that was actually his nickname, which tells you something about medieval PR campaigns. Vlad, meanwhile, had a force of maybe 7,000 to 10,000 men. This was a truly David versus Goliath scenario, except David only had a handful of pebbles, and Goliath had brought his entire extended family, all armed with cannons. Any reasonable person would have fled the country. maybe started a new life selling pottery in a nice quiet village somewhere. But Vlad decided to do the unthinkable. On the night of June 16th or 17th, under the cover of darkness, with torches flickering like deadly fireflies, Vlad launched a surprise assault on the enormous Ottoman encampment near Târgoviște. His men sliced through the Ottoman lines like a knife through butter, aiming directly for the Sultan's tent, with the single-minded goal of killing Mehmed II himself and throwing the entire army into chaos. Imagine the sheer terror and confusion of being jolted awake in the middle of the night by what sounds like the apocalypse, with your enemies seemingly everywhere, literally hunting your supreme leader. According to some accounts, Vlad actually managed to wound Mehmed, though he didn't quite manage to finish the job. The attack ultimately failed to eliminate the Sultan, but it caused such panic and terror that it gained Vlad immense notoriety across Europe and cemented his reputation as a cunning, ruthless leader who was either brilliant or completely insane. Possibly both. It was like pulling off the most audacious assassination attempt in history, except instead of using poison or a sniper, you just charged straight at an army 20 times your size and somehow lived to tell the tale. The overwhelming numerical and military superiority Vlad faced on a daily basis was truly staggering. The Ottomans weren't just any army. They were the military superpower of their time. They had elite forces like the Janissaries, a highly disciplined standing army armed with advanced firearms and those massive cannons that could flatten previously impregnable fortress walls like they were made of cardboard. Imagine facing an enemy with what were essentially medieval tanks, except these tanks could fire 500-kilogram projectiles over a mile with enough accuracy to turn your castle into expensive rubble. They were absolute masters of siege warfare, combining cutting-edge gunpowder technology with traditional cavalry and archers, making them incredibly versatile and devastatingly effective against any kind of fortification or battlefield formation you could throw at them. It was like bringing a knife to a gunfight, except the other side had brought nuclear weapons, and you weren't even sure your knife was sharp. Vlad, on the other hand, had what you might charitably call extremely limited resources. His largest army barely reached 10,000 men on a good day, composed mainly of lesser nobles, local boyars, and free peasants who probably had more enthusiasm than actual military training. He couldn't go head-to-head with the Ottomans in any kind of conventional battle. He had to be smarter, bloodier, and far more terrifying than anyone had a right to be. This crushing resource scarcity forced Vlad into tactics that would make modern military strategists wince. He employed scorched earth policies, systematically burning everything in the path of advancing Ottoman armies to deny them supplies, shelter, and basically anything that might make their invasion remotely comfortable. He engaged in relentless guerrilla warfare, launching hit-and-run attacks, constantly harassing enemy forces, and employing deception and misdirection to outmaneuver armies that vastly outnumbered his own. His strategic retreats into the mountainous regions of Wallachia became legendary, letting the harsh terrain and lack of resources slowly wear down his enemies, like a medieval war of attrition. But perhaps his most famous or infamous tactic was the creation of what became known as forests of the impaled. He would capture thousands of enemies, sometimes entire garrisons, and impale them along the roads leading into Wallachia. This wasn't just a brutal method of execution, it was psychological warfare on an absolutely epic scale, designed to break the will of any invading force before they even reached his borders. When Mehmed II himself stumbled upon a field containing 20,000 impaled victims outside Târgoviște, even the hardened Sultan, a man who had conquered Constantinople and seen plenty of battlefield carnage, was reportedly so shocked that he turned his entire army around, suddenly reluctant to press on against such a demonstrably deranged opponent. It was like posting the world's most disturbing "Beware of Dog" sign, except instead of a dog, it was thousands of decomposing enemies serving as a very graphic deterrent. But the external threats were only part of Vlad's impossible situation. Beyond the overwhelming military pressure from the Ottomans, he also had to deal with severe internal challenges that would have broken most rulers. His reign was constantly plagued by boyar betrayal, and let me tell you, the boyars were not your typical loyal aristocracy. The boyars, the landowning aristocratic class of Wallachia, were less like faithful vassals and more like a collection of perpetually disgruntled shareholders in a company they were actively trying to destroy. They were constantly shifting their loyalties, supporting rival factions or pretenders to the throne, making secret alliances with foreign powers, and generally trying to undermine Vlad's authority at every possible turn. It was like trying to run a business where half your board of directors is secretly working for your competitors. Many boyars openly sided with Vlad's enemies, including his own brother Radu the Handsome, or made backdoor deals with Hungarian nobles, Polish aristocrats, or Ottoman officials. They were a constant source of internal dissent and political instability, basically ensuring that Vlad could never focus entirely on external threats, because he always had to watch his back for knives being aimed at it by his own supposed allies. Vlad's response to this treachery was characteristically direct. He tried to weaken boyar influence by completely reorganizing his council and executing those he deemed disloyal, which was probably most of them. The infamous Blood Easter incident, where he massacred a significant number of boyars during what was supposed to be a peaceful feast, was his brutal way of consolidating power and sending a very clear message. Betray me at your own peril. It was like a medieval version of cleaning house, except instead of firing people, you literally removed them from existence. This constant atmosphere of internal treachery meant that Vlad couldn't even trust his own people, which bled away his already limited resources and divided his attention between external military threats and domestic political survival. It was like trying to fight a war while half your own army is secretly working for the enemy, and the other half is trying to stage a coup. So when you step back and consider all these factors, the impossible geopolitical odds, the overwhelming military superiority of the Ottomans, the excruciating resource scarcity, and the relentless internal betrayal, the brutal methods Vlad employed, grotesque as they undoubtedly were, start to look less like random acts of sadism and more like desperate, calculated necessities. They weren't the actions of a madman. They were a deliberate strategy to compensate for his weaknesses, to instill terror where he couldn't inspire fear through military might alone, and to deter powerful enemies who would otherwise have simply rolled over Wallachia like it was a speed bump on their way to bigger conquests. These methods were the ultimate last resort, a desperate gambit to keep his small corner store from being swallowed whole by the warring mega-corporations that surrounded him on all sides. In a world where showing weakness meant certain death, Vlad chose to become so terrifying that even his enemies would think twice before crossing him. But here's the thing that's really fascinating about our boy Vlad. He didn't just become a monster and call it a day. No, he was much smarter than that. He understood something crucial about medieval public relations. If you're going to do horrible things, you better have a really good story about why you're doing them. So settle back into that comfortable spot, maybe adjust your pillow, and let's talk about how Vlad managed to turn mass murder into a religious calling. Because this is where things get really interesting and really dark. Picture yourself living in the 15th century Europe for a moment. You wake up each morning knowing that somewhere to the east, there's this massive empire expanding like a particularly aggressive virus. The Ottoman Empire, a Muslim power, was steamrolling its way through Christian lands faster than you could say Constantinople. And speaking of Constantinople, when that fell in 1453, it wasn't just the end of the Byzantine Empire. It was like watching the last video store close down. Except instead of being mildly nostalgic, everyone was genuinely terrified about what came next. This wasn't just your average territorial dispute or trade war. For many people, especially in Eastern Europe, this conflict was framed as the ultimate battle between Christianity and Islam. Think of it as the medieval equivalent of a superhero movie, except instead of CGI explosions, you had very real armies and very real stakes. The Ottoman advance wasn't just a political threat. It was an existential crisis for Christian Europe, a test of faith itself, and this created what you might call the perfect ideological storm. Anyone who fought the Ottomans could position themselves as a defender of the faith, a heroic bulwark standing against the tide of infidels. It was like having the ultimate moral high ground, complete with divine endorsement and a really compelling narrative arc. Vlad, being the brilliant pragmatist that he was, understood this opportunity perfectly. He didn't just stumble into this role, he grabbed it with both hands and ran with it like he was sprinting for the end zone. He expertly played the part of the steadfast defender of Christendom against the Ottoman infidels. And let me tell you, he committed to the role with the dedication of a method actor preparing for the performance of his life. He portrayed his struggle not just as a fight for Wallachian independence, which would have been a pretty niche concern for most Europeans, but as a crucial part of a larger Christian crusade. Suddenly, this wasn't just some minor Eastern European prince having a territorial dispute. This was a holy warrior standing on the front lines of the ultimate battle between good and evil. It was brilliant marketing, really, except the product he was selling was justified brutality. This self-presentation wasn't just vanity, it was absolutely vital, because it garnered him significant support from the people who mattered. Papal circles loved him. Hungarian kings saw him as a valuable ally. Pope Pius II, who was actively trying to organize a crusade against the Ottomans, looked at Vlad and saw exactly what he needed: a ruler who was already doing the dirty work of fighting the infidels. Vlad's efforts were recognized and, at times, genuinely celebrated by various European powers as a valiant defense of Christian Europe. Here's the really clever part. Even though his methods were, shall we say, extremely extreme, they were often overlooked or carefully reframed as necessary evils in the face of such a grave threat. It's like having a really good lawyer who can make anything sound reasonable if you phrase it correctly. Your Honor, my client didn't commit mass murder. He conducted strategic psychological warfare in defense of religious freedom. Vlad's religious motivations were deeply intertwined with his political survival, like DNA strands wrapped around each other. While he was, at different times, both Orthodox and later Catholic, because nothing says, "Please don't execute me," like a convenient religious conversion, his public persona was consistently that of a devout Christian dedicated to protecting his people from the Ottoman advance. He was fighting for his land, his throne, and quite literally, his life. But by framing it as a holy war, he tapped into something much bigger than himself. This religious framing allowed him to secure much-needed financial aid and military support from Western European powers, who might otherwise have seen him as just another minor Eastern European prince having a particularly violent midlife crisis. Instead, they saw him as a crucial ally in a cosmic struggle. His campaigns against the Ottomans weren't just about military strategy or territorial control. They were spiritual battles, designed to protect the very soul of his country, and by extension, all of Christian Europe. But Vlad wasn't content to just talk the talk. He made sure to walk the walk in very visible, very strategic ways. He made numerous donations to monasteries and churches, particularly those of the Eastern Orthodox faith in Wallachia and even as far away as Mount Athos. Now, these weren't just acts of piety or spiritual devotion. These were calculated political moves designed to solidify his spiritual authority and demonstrate his commitment to the Orthodox Church, which happened to be the dominant religion in Wallachia. Think of it as medieval corporate sponsorship, except instead of having your logo on a sports stadium, you were funding monasteries and getting your name associated with holy work. By being seen as a protector of the church, he gained the loyalty of the clergy, and through them, much of the general population. These actions effectively reinforced his role as a Christian leader, giving him a moral platform from which to launch his brutal campaigns. The clergy would preach about his generosity, his devotion, his commitment to defending the faith. When you're trying to justify mass impalement, it really helps to have religious authorities vouching for your character. It was like having the medieval equivalent of celebrity endorsements, except the celebrities wore robes and claimed to have a direct line to God. And this is where things get really dark, but also really important to understand. This framing of his actions as a holy war was precisely what justified his severe, almost unthinkable punitive methods. In the context of a divine struggle against an existential threat to Christianity itself, extreme measures could be, and often were, rationalized as holy and necessary. If you are literally fighting for the soul of Christendom, if you are standing between civilization and barbarity, if you are God's chosen instrument against the enemies of the faith, then suddenly impaling thousands of your enemies doesn't look like a war crime. It looks like divine justice. Slaughtering entire villages isn't genocide, it's righteous cleansing. Conducting scorched earth policies isn't destruction, it's purification. The chronicles and accounts that circulated throughout Europe often emphasized the brutal nature of the Turks and portrayed Vlad's cruelty as a justified response, a divinely sanctioned defense against an even greater evil. It was like a medieval propaganda campaign, complete with carefully curated messaging about who the real villains were and why extreme measures were not just acceptable, but morally required. His acts of terror, which in any other context would have been condemned outright as the actions of a madman, were instead carefully reinterpreted as stern, but ultimately necessary displays of justice and faith. He wasn't a psychopath. He was a righteous warrior. He wasn't committing atrocities. He was delivering divine punishment to the enemies of God. In the terrifying logic of 15th century Europe, when the entire continent believed itself to be under siege by forces that threatened not just their political independence, but their very souls, Vlad's impalements weren't just torture. They were sermons written in blood, graphic theological arguments delivered through the medium of human suffering. They were demonstrations of what happened to those who dared to threaten the light of Christ. It was a brilliant, horrifying transformation of narrative that allowed one of history's most brutal rulers to be seen not as a monster, but as a hero. And perhaps most unsettling of all, in the context of his time and place, it actually made a twisted kind of sense. But you know what? Let's take a step back from all these grand narratives and brutal justifications for a moment. Let's try something different. Let's try to immerse ourselves, if you can bear it, in the actual daily reality of young Vlad's life during those formative, absolutely terrifying years. Take a nice deep breath and settle into whatever comfortable spot you're in right now. Maybe adjust that pillow. Pull that blanket up a little higher. Because we're about to dive into a world that would make your worst Monday morning look like a spa vacation. Close your eyes for a moment, or just soften your gaze, and imagine the sounds, the smells, the very textures of the environments Vlad experienced as a youth. This wasn't some sanitized historical documentary with dramatic music and clean costumes. This was raw, visceral, often unpleasant life. You'd probably wake up not to your alarm clock or the gentle chirping of birds outside your window, but to the harsh clang of a blacksmith's hammer starting work before dawn, or the distant, guttural shouts of soldiers drilling in an Ottoman camp. No snooze button, no coffee brewing in the kitchen, just the immediate, jarring reminder that you were very much not in Kansas anymore. The air around you would likely be thick with the earthy scent of drying mud and animal hides, mingled with the sharp, pungent spices carried on the wind from distant marketplaces. You might catch the familiar smell of wood smoke from cooking fires, or the sharp, metallic tang of newly sharpened steel. a smell that probably never meant anything good was about to happen. The sounds would form a constant, low hum of activity, the creak of leather saddles as mounted soldiers shifted in formation, the continuous murmur of 1,000 foreign voices speaking in Turkish, Arabic, or Persian, languages that might as well have been alien to a Wallachian prince. Add to that the rhythmic thud of drums signaling military drills, or the haunting call to prayer echoing across the camp 5 times a day. These were the sights, sounds, and smells that imprinted themselves on a young prince's developing mind, painting his worldview in shades of stark, unforgiving reality. It was like being enrolled in the world's most intense immersion program, except instead of learning French cuisine or Italian art, you were learning how empires functioned and how quickly your life could end if you made the wrong move. Now, think about the stark contrasts he would have experienced on any given day. One moment, you might find yourself in the relative quiet of a secluded mountain fortress, where the thick stone walls were perpetually damp and cool to the touch, and the only sounds might be the rustle of your own tunic and the echo of your breathing in the corridors. It was probably the medieval equivalent of solitary confinement, except with more existential dread and fewer books. The next moment, you could be hustled into the bustling, chaotic heart of an Ottoman court, where everything changed completely. Here, the air would be perfumed with exotic oils and incense that probably cost more than most people's annual income, but also tinged with that unmistakable scent of political ambition and barely concealed fear. The textiles would be impossibly rich, silk and velvet brushing against your skin in a way that reminded you constantly of the wealth and power surrounding you. But the conversation would be a complex, dangerous dance of political intrigue, veiled threats, and careful diplomacy where one wrong word could be your last. This wasn't the rustic simplicity of Wallachia's forests where you might have played as a child. This was a highly controlled, rigidly hierarchical space where every glance, every gesture, every pause in conversation could literally mean the difference between life and death. It was like being trapped in the world's most deadly game of charades, except nobody explained the rules, and the penalty for losing was considerably more permanent than embarrassment. From the wilderness of his early capture to the controlled luxury of the Ottoman court, Vlad's young eyes would have absorbed an incredible tapestry of cultural diversity and architectural backdrops that would have blown his mind on a daily basis. He would have seen the intricate, geometric patterns of Islamic tilework, mathematical art that probably made Wallachian wood carvings look like kindergarten craft projects. These designs contrasted sharply with the rough-hewn timber of the village homes he remembered from childhood, creating a visual reminder of just how far from home he really was. He would have observed the disciplined formations of Ottoman janissaries during their daily drills, elite soldiers armed with early firearms and gleaming sabers that represented cutting-edge military technology. This was a stark difference from the loosely organized peasant levies he was used to seeing in Wallachia, where military organization often resembled an angry mob with pointy sticks more than an actual army. He'd witnessed the bustling multicultural marketplaces that were like medieval versions of international airports. Overwhelming sensory experiences filled with goods from across the vast Ottoman Empire. Spices that could burn your tongue off, silk smoother than anything he'd ever touched, precious metals that gleamed like captured sunlight, and the people who traded them. Merchants, diplomats, soldiers, and scholars speaking dozens of different languages and observing vastly different customs, all somehow coexisting in this controlled chaos. This wasn't just interesting scenery to young Vlad. This was forming his entire early world view. He was seeing the power and reach of the Ottoman Empire up close and personal, not just as scary stories told by fearful boyars around Wallachian hearths, but as a living, breathing, absolutely awe-inspiring entity. He understood their military might not from reports, but from watching their soldiers train. He grasped their organizational prowess, not from rumors, but from observing how efficiently they managed vast territories and diverse populations. He learned about their diplomatic reach not from treaties, but from watching representatives from distant lands arrive bearing tribute and seeking favors. He literally walked through their power every single day, breathed their air, ate their food, and witnessed the daily mechanics of how a superpower functioned. It was like getting an exclusive behind-the-scenes tour of the most successful corporation in the world, except the corporation controlled armies, and the tour guide might have you executed if you asked too many questions. And here's something that might surprise you. While you might think of his hostage years as purely restrictive, like being grounded for several years straight, they actually offered a strange duality that probably saved his life in the long run. Yes, it was harsh. You were essentially a prisoner, your life never truly your own, your future entirely dependent on the whims of people who saw you as a useful political tool rather than a human being. But it also presented unparalleled opportunities for learning and adaptation that would have been impossible to get anywhere else. He wasn't just being held in a medieval equivalent of house arrest. He was being educated in ways that would have made other European princes weep with envy. He mastered Turkish until he was fluent, learned Ottoman customs until he could navigate their social hierarchies blindfolded, and observed their military tactics firsthand until he probably knew their strategies better than some of their own generals. He witnessed the inner workings of a vast and incredibly complex administration, how they managed their finances without computers or even decent accounting systems, how they enacted laws across territories that spanned 3 continents, and how they controlled distant provinces through a combination of force, diplomacy, and administrative genius. These were lessons that would have been absolutely impossible to acquire in the relative backwater of Wallachia, where the most complex administrative challenge was probably figuring out tax collection from a few dozen villages. He was essentially learning how to run an empire, even though he was learning it from the people his country considered enemies. It was like getting an MBA from Harvard, except Harvard was run by people who might kill you if you failed your exams, and the curriculum included advanced techniques in political survival and introduction to psychological warfare. This period was a brutal schooling, a forced education in survival and statecraft that made regular boarding school look like summer camp. He was learning how to play a very dangerous game with impossibly high stakes, and he was learning from the absolute best, or at least the most powerful and successful players in the known world. He probably learned to control his emotions until his face was an unreadable mask, to observe without reacting, even when witnessing things that would have traumatized most adults, and to plot and plan in complete silence while appearing completely compliant and harmless. These were skills that would later serve him very well indeed, though perhaps not in ways his captors intended. So let's try, for just a moment, to imagine ourselves in young Vlad's position. You're a child, maybe 11 or 12 years old, completely removed from everything familiar and safe. You're thousands of miles from home, entirely at the mercy of powerful captors who could decide your fate over breakfast and forget about it by lunch. The air around you is thick with the constant knowledge that your own father, your own homeland, could be the next target of these people who hold your life in their hands. You're watching, learning, observing every detail, because your survival depends on understanding these people better than they understand themselves. How do you cope? How do you adapt? How do you maintain any sense of self when everything around you is designed to remind you of your powerlessness? You probably learn to wear a psychological mask at all times, to hide your true feelings so completely that even you start to forget what they really are. You learn to project strength even when you feel completely vulnerable, to appear confident even when you're terrified. You learn to listen far more than you speak, because words can be weapons in the wrong hands, and silence is often the safest option. You learn to anticipate danger in every interaction, to read the political weather like a medieval meteorologist, constantly scanning for the subtle signs that might indicate whether today is a good day, or a day when someone important might decide you're no longer useful. And you learn, above all else, the hard, cold, unforgiving truth about power, how it's acquired, how it's maintained, and how quickly it can be lost. This wasn't just a physical captivity that would end when he grew up, or when political circumstances changed. This was a psychological forging, a fundamental reshaping of a young mind that was learning to understand the Ottomans intimately, in a way that few other European rulers would ever achieve. His very nature, his legendary ruthlessness, his brilliant strategic cunning, were all products of this harsh, immersive environment that taught him lessons no normal childhood could provide. It's a heavy thought to carry as you drift off to sleep in your warm, safe bed, but it's one that helps us understand how the man who would become Vlad the Impaler was created, piece by terrifying piece, in the courts and camps of his enemies. Now let's take a nice deep breath and settle into the next chapter of this story. We're going to talk about the constant hair-raising gamble that was running Wallachia. Because if you thought Vlad's childhood was stressful, and trust me, it was basically a medieval anxiety disorder waiting to happen. Try being the ruler of a tiny patch of land literally surrounded by giants who wanted to crush you like a bug. It's like trying to run a lemonade stand between two warring shopping malls, except instead of competing for customers, they're competing to see who gets to demolish your stand first. Picture yourself trying to run a country when your very sovereignty is perpetually hanging by the thinnest possible thread. That was Wallachia, caught in what might be the most unenviable geopolitical position you could possibly imagine. To its north loomed powerful Hungary, sometimes playing the role of protective older sibling, sometimes acting more like a menacing landlord who might evict you at any moment. To the east sat Moldova, the kind of neighbour who might borrow your lawnmower or might steal your entire yard, depending on the day of the week and which way the political winds were blowing. But the real elephant in the room, or should I say the absolutely massive, expanding empire in the room, was the Ottoman Empire stretching up from the south like a shadow that just kept getting longer and more ominous. Wallachia wasn't independent in the way we understand it today, with secure borders and constitutional rights. It was what historians politely call a vassal state, which is diplomatic speak for technically free, but actually owned by someone much scarier than you. This meant Wallachia was often required to pay tribute to the Ottomans to avoid invasion, and this tribute wasn't just some simple annual tax like paying your property taxes. It was a constant, deeply humiliating reminder of their subservience. Like having to hand over your lunch money to the school bully every single day. Except the bully had armies, and the lunch money was your country's entire treasury. Maintaining these tribute relations was an extremely delicate balancing act, a careful dance between appeasement and defiance that would make modern diplomatic negotiations look like a friendly game of charades. Vlad and other Wallachian rulers had to constantly negotiate with the Sultan, trying to delay payments, reduce amounts, or find creative ways to avoid delivering what was demanded, all while ensuring they didn't accidentally provoke a full-scale invasion that would end with their country being turned into a smoking crater. It was like playing a perpetual game of high-stakes poker, where you're holding a pair of twos, your opponent has a royal flush, and the chips on the table are your people's lives and your country's entire future. The pressure must have been absolutely crushing. Navigating alliances was equally treacherous, like trying to walk through a diplomatic minefield while blindfolded. Hungary, under powerful figures like John Hunyadi and later Matthias Corvinus, was theoretically on Wallachia's side against the Ottomans. They made all the right noises about Christian solidarity and mutual defense against the infidel threat. But these alliances were fundamentally opportunistic and self-serving, like having a friend who only calls when they need help moving furniture. Hungary's primary goal was always protecting its own borders, and it often viewed Wallachia as what military strategists euphemistically call a buffer state. Basically, a convenient human shield against Ottoman expansion, rather than a genuine equal partner. They would offer military support when it suited their interests, but often at such a steep price that you wondered if the cure was worse than the disease. And they had this annoying habit of withdrawing that support the moment it became inconvenient or risky for them, personally. Then there was Moldavia, playing the role of that unpredictable neighbor who might help you fix your fence or might try to steal half your backyard when you're not looking. Sometimes an ally, sometimes a rival, always watching for an opportunity to expand its own influence over Wallachian territory, or to play both sides against the middle for maximum profit. Vlad constantly had to assess who he could trust, even for a brief moment, and who would betray him the second his back was turned, or his position looked vulnerable. It was like being trapped in a never-ending episode of a reality TV show where everyone is plotting against everyone else, except instead of being voted off the island, you get executed and your country gets carved up between your enemies. In this absolutely chaotic regional balance of power, Vlad saw himself, and very carefully positioned himself, as a crucial leader defending Wallachian independence and authority against impossible odds. He wasn't just some local strongman throwing his weight around. He was presenting himself as the living embodiment of Wallachian resistance against much larger, more powerful foes who could crush him without breaking a sweat. He had learned valuable lessons from his father, Vlad II Dracula, and his uncle, Mircea the Elder, both of whom had tried to navigate these treacherous political waters with varying degrees of success, which is to say, they mostly managed to keep their heads attached to their shoulders for longer than expected. Vlad III understood that for Wallachia to survive in this environment, it needed a strong, absolutely unquestionable leader who could impose order internally while presenting a unified, defiant front to external threats. His ultimate goal was deceptively simple and impossibly difficult: ensure Wallachia's autonomy and independence, even if that meant directly challenging the might of the Ottoman Empire. It was like David deciding to take on Goliath, except Goliath had brought his entire extended family, all armed with cannons and a serious attitude problem. The consequences of failure for a Wallachian prince were truly, spectacularly dire. If you failed to maintain your tribute payments, if you lost important battles, if your carefully constructed alliances crumbled like a house of cards in a windstorm, exile was almost a mathematical certainty. And exile often led to a rather unpleasant end, usually involving sharp objects and a great deal of screaming. Losing the throne typically meant being swiftly replaced by an Ottoman-backed or Hungarian-backed rival who was more compliant and less likely to cause problems. Sometimes this rival was literally your own brother, like Radu the Handsome, who was indeed installed as ruler after Vlad was eventually forced to flee the country. Family dinners must have been absolutely fascinating in the Dracula household. And death, violent, often agonizing death, was always lurking just around the corner, like an uninvited guest at a party. Wallachian history reads like a catalogue of princes who met spectacularly untimely ends, overthrown by ambitious rivals, executed by foreign powers, or simply vanishing without a trace in ways that probably didn't involve peaceful retirement to a nice cottage in the countryside. Vlad himself faced multiple exiles during his lifetime, and eventually died in battle, which was probably the most dignified ending he could have hoped for under the circumstances. This wasn't a career path you entered lightly, and it certainly wasn't one where you could expect a comfortable retirement with a nice pension plan and regular visits from the grandchildren. All of this offers us some fascinating and rather unsettling insights into medieval power politics and feudal dynamics that are a far cry from anything we'd recognize in our modern democratic systems. Loyalty in this world was incredibly fluid, constantly shifting based on personal gain, fear, or perceived strength. It was like playing a massive game of musical chairs, except when the music stopped, someone usually ended up dead. Feudal rulers like Vlad were expected to provide protection and justice to their subjects in exchange for loyalty and service. But this social contract was as fragile as spun glass. It could be easily shattered by external pressures, internal strife, or just bad weather affecting the harvest. The idea of a unified nation-state with stable institutions and constitutional protections was still centuries away from being invented. Instead, you had this complex patchwork of shifting allegiances, local lords with their own private armies, and constant jockeying for position that made modern office politics look like a friendly game of chess between old friends. Everyone was constantly trying to move up the ladder while simultaneously preventing everyone else from climbing over them. Wallachia perfectly epitomized the impossible challenges faced by small states caught between much larger empires. Its very existence was a perpetual negotiation, a desperate daily struggle to carve out a space where a distinct cultural and political identity could somehow survive the constant pressure to be absorbed, destroyed, or simply erased from the map entirely. Vlad's reign, for all its documented horrors and brutal excesses, was a stark, unflinching illustration of these medieval dynamics in action. He wasn't some king ruling by divine right over a stable, prosperous kingdom with clear borders and loyal subjects. He was a prince whose authority was constantly being tested, challenged, and undermined, both from enemies outside his borders and supposed allies within them. His methods, as extreme and shocking as they undoubtedly were, must be understood in the context of this absolutely unforgiving environment, where survival demanded not just strength and intelligence, but an almost pathological determination to maintain power no matter the cost. It makes you wonder, doesn't it, as you settle deeper into your comfortable bed, what kind of person you might become if your very existence was a never-ending battle for survival, with betrayal and violent death lurking around every corner like persistent shadows that never quite go away. Just let that thought drift and dissolve as we move into the next part of our story. And this constant fight for survival, this desperate need to carve out a space for Wallachia in a world determined to crush it, brings us to perhaps the most fascinating and most unsettling aspect of Vlad's reign, his religious and ideological motivations. Because here's the thing, this wasn't just about territory or power or even survival. This was about God and the very soul of Europe as Vlad understood it, which, when you think about it, makes everything so much more complicated and so much more terrifying. You see, in the 15th century Europe, especially in the eastern regions where different empires bumped up against each other like tectonic plates, almost everything was viewed through a religious lens. The conflict with the Ottoman Empire wasn't just your average territorial dispute between neighboring countries. It wasn't like two corporations fighting over market share. This was understood as a fundamental cosmic battle between Christianity and Islam, between the forces of light and darkness, between salvation and damnation. The Ottomans were routinely referred to as infidels, or enemies of Christ, and anyone fighting against them could instantly claim the ultimate moral high ground. It was like having a get-out-of-jail-free card for any atrocity you might commit, as long as you were committing it against the right people. This ideological context meant that portraying your actions as part of a divine crusade wasn't just good public relations, though it was excellent PR. It was absolutely essential for rallying support from other Christian powers who might otherwise have ignored your small country problems. And Vlad, ever the master manipulator of narratives, seriously, this guy could have had a brilliant career in modern political consulting. Played this card with the skill of a Vegas poker champion. He portrayed himself and Wallachia's entire struggle for survival as a vital defense of Christendom against the Ottoman threat. This wasn't just a personal conviction, though he may have genuinely believed it. This was a carefully constructed, meticulously maintained public image designed to maximize his political leverage. He positioned himself as a godly ruler, a divinely appointed bulwark, standing firm against the encroaching Muslim tide that threatened to sweep away Christian civilization. He understood, with the instincts of a born politician, that by presenting his struggle as a defense of Christian faith, rather than just another petty Balkan territorial dispute, he could tap into a much deeper reservoir of European solidarity and gain support that he wouldn't otherwise receive from powers that barely knew Wallachia existed. His religious affiliations were, to put it mildly, complex. Like really, really complex. While he was born Orthodox, as most Wallachian princes were, and consistently supported the Orthodox Church throughout his reign, he also strategically aligned himself with Catholic powers like Hungary when it suited his purposes. This might seem like a contradiction to us, but it perfectly highlights the practical, purely political uses of religion in his time. He was Orthodox when it suited his local legitimacy and helped him maintain the loyalty of his predominantly Orthodox subjects. But he was also a champion of broader Christendom, which the Pope and Western Europeans viewed as fundamentally Catholic, when he needed Western European military and financial support. He was essentially a master of religious flexibility, a spiritual chameleon, always choosing the religious affiliation and emphasis that best served his immediate political and survival needs. This might sound cynical to modern ears, but in Vlad's world, survival trumped theological consistency every single time. It was like being multilingual, except instead of speaking different languages, you were fluent in different versions of Christianity depending on your audience. This overlap between political authority and religious legitimacy was absolutely crucial in 15th century Eastern Europe, where the lines between church and state were not just blurred, but essentially non-existent. Rulers weren't just political figures managing armies and collecting taxes. They were often seen as divinely appointed protectors of the faith, God's chosen instruments on earth, responsible for the spiritual as well as physical welfare of their people. Vlad understood intuitively that his power derived not just from his military strength or his noble lineage, but from his perceived role as God's instrument against the infidels. He actively supported the Wallachian Orthodox Church, even helping it achieve greater independence from Constantinople, which further strengthened his legitimacy in the eyes of his people, while also giving him more control over religious messaging within his territory. By intertwining his reign so completely with religious authority, he effectively made disobedience to him not just treason against the state, but a sin against God himself. It was brilliant political engineering, really, creating a system where opposing him meant opposing the divine order of the universe. Try organizing a rebellion against that kind of ideological framework. This ideological justification was absolutely key to understanding his severe, almost unthinkably brutal punitive methods. Through the lens of divine sanction and holy warfare, actions that would otherwise be universally condemned as the work of a madman became not just acceptable, but actually necessary and righteous. If you are fighting a holy war, if you are defending God's chosen people against the forces of darkness, then extreme measures against the enemy are not just permitted, they are divinely ordained, mandated by heaven itself. Impalement, for instance, wasn't just a spectacularly brutal form of execution designed to terrorize enemies and potential traitors. In this ideological framework, it became a visible, horrifying sermon, a graphic warning to anyone, Ottoman invader or internal traitor, who dared to defy God's will as embodied and enforced by Vlad. The widespread terror he inspired across the region was, in this twisted but internally consistent context, not arbitrary cruelty or the sadistic whims of a psychopath. It was a carefully calculated tool of divine justice. a practical demonstration of what fate awaited those who challenged the Christian order that Vlad claimed to represent and defend. Contemporary Christian expectations of rulers reinforced and validated this terrifying logic. The common belief throughout Christian Europe was that a true Christian ruler was fundamentally a defender of the faith, a shepherd protecting his flock from external threats, a warrior king willing to do whatever was necessary to preserve the light of Christ in a dark and dangerous world. Pope Pius II, who was a key figure in trying to organize new crusades against the Ottoman Empire, even praised Vlad III as an athleta Christi, a champion of Christ, a spiritual athlete fighting in God's cosmic gymnasium. This papal recognition and endorsement, despite Vlad's orthodox background and his increasingly notorious reputation for extreme brutality, clearly illustrates how his anti-Ottoman stance could overshadow almost any other consideration in the eyes of Western Christendom. He was seen as a warrior king, someone willing to get his hands dirty, to do the terrible but necessary work that other, more squeamish rulers might shy away from. In fulfilling this role, he met the exact expectations that contemporary Christian Europe had for a godly ruler in such a tumultuous, threatening era. The man who could impale thousands without blinking, who could turn psychological warfare into an art form, who could make terror itself into a weapon of statecraft. He was the one they called a champion of Christ. It really is a sobering thought, isn't it, that in such times, perhaps the greatest hero was the one willing to commit the greatest horrors, all in the name of God. Just let that idea gently swirl in your mind for a moment, like cream dissolving into coffee, letting any unease it brings softly dissipate into the night. Maybe pull that blanket up a little higher, settle into that comfortable spot, because we're about to dive even deeper into something truly fascinating and deeply unsettling. We're going to explore the very core of what made Vlad, well, Vlad. We've talked about his brutal childhood and the impossible political tightrope he had to walk every single day. But here's the really crucial question. What did all of that actually do to him? What happens to a human mind when it's put through that kind of psychological meat grinder? Because understanding the person behind the legend, that's where these historical stories truly come alive, even the grim ones. We're going to explore the psychological impact of his hostage experience and how it shaped not just his political decisions, but his very soul. Because while history gives us the facts, the dates, the battles, the body counts, it's in understanding the human element, the internal landscape of trauma and survival, that we really begin to grasp how monsters are made. Picture this for a moment. Imagine the psyche of a young boy, maybe 11 or 12 years old, suddenly ripped from everything familiar and safe, taken from his home, his family, his entire world, and thrust into the care of people his father considers enemies. Not just educated by strangers, but educated by his enemies, constantly aware that his life was nothing more than a political bargaining chip that could be cashed in or discarded at any moment. This isn't just what we'd call a tough childhood today. This isn't getting picked on at school or having strict parents. This is a profound, soul-altering ordeal that would fundamentally rewire how a developing mind understands the world and its place in it. His captivity profoundly influenced Vlad's entire worldview, twisting it into something darker, more cynical, and utterly pragmatic. You see, when your entire youth is spent in a state of constant vulnerability and psychological manipulation, when every day brings the possibility that you might be useful today but expendable tomorrow, you learn to see the world not as a place of trust and cooperation, but as a dangerous arena where power is the only true currency and survival is the only objective that really matters. This worldview, born directly from trauma and reinforced by years of experience, became the absolute bedrock of his leadership style. It wasn't just an influence, it was the foundation upon which everything else was built. This extended period of adversity forged in him a specific set of psychological traits that would define every aspect of his reign. Suspicion, for one, would have become a deeply ingrained survival mechanism, like a smoke detector that never stops being hypervigilant. He lived in an environment where betrayal was a constant threat, not just from his Ottoman captors who held him, but potentially even from within his own family, or Wallachian political factions seeking to depose his father. When you grow up knowing that literally anyone could be plotting against you, you develop what psychologists today might call trust issues. Except in Vlad's case, those trust issues probably saved his life repeatedly. So when he eventually became a ruler himself, he didn't trust anyone easily. Every smile, every compliment, every alliance would have been scrutinized for hidden motives, dissected like a suspicious email from a Nigerian prince. Ruthlessness, too, became not just a policy choice, but a psychological necessity. He witnessed firsthand the Ottoman Empire's brutal efficiency and what happened to those who showed even a moment of weakness. To survive in that environment, and later to rule effectively in the medieval world, he had to become just as hard as his captors, if not significantly harder. It was like developing emotional armor so thick that human suffering became just another tactical consideration. And then there's resilience, the sheer, almost superhuman ability to endure unimaginable hardship and bounce back from setbacks that would crush most people. To survive years as a political hostage, constantly under threat, constantly being reminded of your powerlessness, he would have had to develop mental fortitude that borders on the pathological, a refusal to break under pressure that probably went far beyond normal human psychological limits. These weren't skills he learned from some medieval leadership manual. These were primal survival instincts, hammered into his developing psyche by the unforgiving reality of his youth. They were psychological adaptations that allowed him to function in an environment that would have destroyed most people. Now, of course, we don't have direct historical psychological studies of Vlad the Impaler. There were no 15th century therapists sitting him down on couches, administering Rorschach tests, and taking detailed notes about his inner turmoil. The field of psychology wouldn't exist for another few centuries, and even if it had, I doubt Vlad would have been particularly forthcoming about his feelings. But we can certainly infer the psychological impacts based on his actions and policies, which were nothing if not revealing. His constant systematic purges of the boyars, the Wallachian nobility who might challenge his authority, suggests someone who saw potential threats everywhere. His utter lack of mercy towards perceived enemies, even minor ones, points to a mind that had learned to see compassion as a dangerous weakness. His use of terror as a primary, go-to tool of governance indicates someone who understood viscerally that fear was often more effective than love or respect. The chroniclers of his time, especially those German pamphlets that turned him into a medieval boogeyman, detailed his cruelty extensively. They painted a picture of a man who saw brutality as a perfectly legitimate instrument of power, like a carpenter viewing a hammer as a useful tool. Even though these accounts are clearly biased, they were essentially medieval propaganda designed to demonize him. They reflect the extreme nature of his actions, which suggests a level of psychological conditioning that allowed him to commit horrific acts without apparent hesitation or remorse. And here's the thing that makes this even more fascinating and disturbing. Vlad was not alone in this grim school of hard knocks. There are actually several comparisons we can make with other rulers who experienced similar formative traumas. Think about Skanderbeg, the Albanian national hero, who also spent significant time as a hostage in the Ottoman court. He too learned Ottoman military tactics, administrative systems, and political maneuvering, only to later turn that knowledge against his former captors and lead a fierce, decades-long resistance against them. Or consider John Hunyadi, the Hungarian regent, who engaged in similarly ruthless political maneuvering and brutal warfare against the Ottomans, though he didn't suffer quite the same lengthy captivity as Vlad. While each ruler responded to these experiences differently, some became more diplomatic, others more violent, some more paranoid than others. There's a recurring pattern that emerges. Enduring such formative experiences of powerlessness and threat often instills a profound, almost intuitive understanding of power dynamics, a deep-seated suspicion of everyone and everything, and a willingness to employ severe measures to achieve one's goals. It suggests something like a psychological template for leadership born out of extreme pressure and trauma, where softness, compassion, and trust are seen not as virtues, but as potentially fatal flaws that can get you killed. So, dear listener, as you settle deeper into whatever comfortable spot you've found for yourself tonight, I want to invite you to engage in a little speculative reconstruction. This is where we move beyond the dry historical facts and try to imagine the human reality behind them. Picture yourself, for just a moment, in Vlad's position. You've survived years of unspeakable vulnerability, learned the brutal language of power from people who saw you as nothing more than a useful object, and now you find yourself holding the fragile, constantly threatened reins of your own country. Everything you care about, your people, your culture, your very survival, depends on the decisions you make. How would you lead? Would you embrace the mercy and kindness that was systematically denied to you throughout your formative years? Would you try to break the cycle of violence and create something better? Or would you wield the same ruthlessness that you witnessed and experienced, believing it to be the only reliable path to safety and stability? Would every kind gesture from an ally be met with deep suspicion, filtered through years of learning that apparent kindness often hides deadly intentions? Would every alliance be examined through the lens of potential betrayal? Because you learned early that today's protector can become tomorrow's executioner? Would the memory of your own helplessness fuel an unyielding, almost obsessive desire to never again be weak, vulnerable, or at someone else's mercy? This wasn't just some historical figure making cold political calculations from a position of comfortable power. This was a human being who had been profoundly scarred by his experiences, and then paradoxically empowered by those same traumas. His internal struggles, though completely undocumented by the historians of his time, are arguably the very psychological engine that drove his notorious reign. His story stands as a chilling testament to how deep the scars of captivity and powerlessness can run, and how they can fundamentally shape a leader who becomes absolutely determined to never be a hostage again. Not to enemies, not to circumstances, not to the mercy of others, and certainly not to his own capacity for human weakness. And this brings us to the aspect of Vlad's reign that has etched him most indelibly into the pages of history, and probably into your nightmares if you think about it too much: his ruthless tactics. We've traced the winding, terrifying path that led him to this point: the traumatic childhood, the impossible political situation, the constant threat of annihilation. Now, we need to confront the truth of his brutality, not just as some random medieval sadism, but as a deliberate, calculated, and in his mind, absolutely necessary survival strategy. Take a moment to settle deeper into your pillow. Maybe pull that blanket up a little higher and let the echoes of the past softly wash over you. This isn't exactly bedtime story material by any means, but understanding it is essential to understanding how Vlad became the legend that still haunts us today. First, let's put Vlad's brutality into some historical context, because medieval warfare was basically the opposite of everything we consider civilized today. To put it mildly, medieval warfare was not for the faint of heart. It was more like a horror movie where everyone was both the victim and the monster. Concepts like human rights, Geneva Conventions, or even basic battlefield etiquette simply didn't exist. They wouldn't be invented for centuries. Torture, mutilation, and summary executions were as common as bad weather. Sieges routinely ended with the systematic slaughter of entire garrisons and the thorough pillaging of cities. like the world's most violent going out of business sale. It was a brutal age where violence was not just an accepted tool of statecraft. It was often the only tool that actually worked. Think of it as a time when diplomacy consisted of showing up with the biggest army and the sharpest swords. Vlad's methods, while extreme even by these already horrific standards, weren't completely alien to his contemporaries. What set him apart was the scale, the theatrical public display, and the coldly calculated psychological intent behind his actions. He essentially took the existing brutality of his time and turned it into performance art. He amplified medieval violence to an almost operatic level, leveraging the specific threats he faced from the massive Ottoman Empire and the constant treachery of his internal boyars. It was like taking a knife fight and bringing a flamethrower, except the flamethrower was specifically designed to make everyone else too terrified to even think about fighting. And this leads us straight into the dark heart of his strategy: psychological warfare through impalement and mass executions. This wasn't random sadism or the cruel whims of a madman. This was a highly visible, deeply disturbing, and undeniably effective deterrent system. When you impale thousands of captured enemies along the approach roads to your capital, as Vlad famously did outside Târgoviște, you're not just executing prisoners, you're creating the medieval equivalent of a horror movie billboard that everyone has to drive past on their way to work. You are sending an unmistakable message to anyone contemplating an invasion. This is what awaits you. Turn back now, or become part of the decorations. Imagine the psychological toll on an invading army having to march for days, perhaps weeks, only to gradually encounter a forest of decaying bodies, a gruesome testament to the fate of those who came before them. It's like the world's most effective "beware of dog" sign, except instead of a dog, it's thousands of rotting corpses serving as a very graphic warning system. This spectacle was specifically designed to break the will of his opponents before they even reached the battlefield, to make them question whether any territorial gain could possibly be worth such a horrifying end. It was psychological warfare at its most visceral and effective. The strategic effectiveness of terror in maintaining control and defending borders absolutely cannot be overstated in Vlad's situation. With severely limited manpower and resources compared to the Ottoman colossus breathing down his neck, Vlad couldn't hope to win a conventional war. It would have been like bringing a pocket knife to a tank battle. He had to level the playing field somehow, and terror became his most potent weapon, his great equalizer. By instilling such profound fear, both in his enemies and in his own potentially disloyal subjects, he created an environment where obedience was absolute and defiance seemed like an elaborate form of suicide. His methods effectively minimized internal dissent among the boyars, who now had a very clear, very graphic visual reminder of what happened to people who thought betraying Vlad might be a good career move. These tactics also deterred raiding parties from neighboring territories and dramatically slowed down Ottoman advances, as armies would often choose to take the long way around rather than march through regions associated with Vlad's gruesome reputation. It was like having the most effective neighborhood watch program in history, except instead of stern letters to the Homeowners Association, violators got turned into horrifying lawn ornaments. Contemporary accounts, though often biased and exaggerated for propaganda purposes, frequently ended up supporting the tactical effectiveness of his harsh methods, even when they were trying to demonize him. German pamphlets, while clearly intending to paint him as a monster, also inadvertently highlighted just how well his terror tactics actually worked. They often described how merchants and travelers, fearing Vlad more than they feared local bandits, could leave their purses filled with gold in the middle of a public square in Wallachian territory, and return days later to find every coin exactly where they left it. This iron rule might have been brutally enforced, but it brought an unprecedented level of law and order to Wallachia, something that many people actually valued in such a chaotic, dangerous era. It was like having the most effective crime prevention program ever implemented, except the police chief happened to be a medieval serial killer with a political science degree. Even Ottoman chroniclers, while condemning his cruelty in the strongest possible terms, couldn't help but note the profound impact his methods had on their military campaigns. They often described their own army's hesitation to engage his forces directly, the way seasoned soldiers would suddenly develop strategic illnesses when assigned to Wallachian campaigns, and the general reluctance to volunteer for missions that might involve encountering the Impaler's handiwork. This brings us to some deeply uncomfortable reflection on the moral ambiguities and the impossible demands of survival when you're literally under siege by forces that vastly outnumber and outgun you. From our modern humanitarian perspective, viewing this from the comfort of our safe, civilized world, Vlad's actions are unequivocally monstrous and barbaric. There's absolutely no excusing the sheer scale of suffering he inflicted, no way to prettify the horror of what he did. However, from the perspective of a small principality caught between two superpowers, facing constant invasion, internal betrayal, and the very real possibility of complete cultural extinction, the moral calculus must have looked starkly, terrifyingly different. Was the cost of his methods, however horrific they were, justified by the survival of Wallachia and its people, even if that survival was only temporary? Was it better to be feared and free than to be conquered, enslaved, and potentially erased from history entirely? These are not easy questions to answer, even from our comfortable modern vantage point. They force us to confront the deeply uncomfortable truth that in truly extreme circumstances, when facing existential threats, the line between hero and villain can become tragically blurred. The demands of survival can brutally redefine what we consider moral, acceptable, or even necessary. It leaves us with a chilling understanding that desperate times can indeed call for desperate measures, measures so extreme and terrifying that they haunt us across the centuries, making us wonder what we ourselves might be capable of if pushed to the very edge of extinction, with no good choices left and only terrible ones remaining. Now, with that rather heavy thought simmering gently in the background like a pot of medieval stew you're not entirely sure you want to taste, let's pivot from the gritty realities of 15th century propaganda and delve into something even more ethereal and enduring. We're going to explore the absolutely fascinating transformation of Vlad the Impaler from a real flesh and blood, albeit spectacularly brutal prince, into a legendary holy warrior. Because this is where history starts to get fuzzy around the edges, where myth takes over the narrative, shaping not just how we remember him, but how an entire nation came to define itself. So let your thoughts drift comfortably now. Maybe let that pillow cradle your head a little more snugly, and perhaps let your imagination take the reins as we explore how the tales of Vlad grew and changed over the centuries, like shadows stretching long and distorted in the fading light of historical accuracy. First, let's talk about his absolutely incredible transformation from a historical figure into a legendary holy warrior in folklore and national identity. It's like watching a medieval game of telephone, except instead of the message getting garbled, it gets completely reimagined into something that serves the storyteller's agenda. You see, while Western European pamphlets were busy working overtime to demonize him as a bloodthirsty tyrant with serious anger management issues, other narratives, particularly within Wallachia and later Romania, began to transform him into something quite different and far more palatable. He wasn't just some brutal warlord with a creative approach to execution methods. He became a symbol, a fierce protector of Christian values and national independence, like a medieval superhero whose superpower happened to be making his enemies think twice about their life choices. In these evolving stories, his ruthlessness wasn't presented as a character flaw or a sign of mental instability. Instead, it was reframed as a necessary virtue, a divinely sanctioned tool used to cleanse the land of its corrupt elements and protect it from foreign invaders who didn't have the country's best interests at heart. This gradual shift from brutal prince to national hero was cemented over centuries of retelling, especially during periods when Romanians were desperately seeking historical figures to embody their centuries-long struggle for independence against a series of larger, more powerful empires that kept trying to absorb them. It was like a very long, very bloody game of cultural identity building, where the most terrifying figure from your past becomes your most inspiring role model. Then we have the literary and artistic depictions that played an absolutely massive role in enhancing his stature as a divine protector and symbol of justice. Think about the ballads and heroic poems that circulated, not just in Romanian, but across Slavic lands like medieval viral content. These weren't objective historical documentaries, trying to present a balanced view of events. They were carefully crafted works of art, designed to inspire national pride and instill a sense of cultural identity. They emphasized his unwavering stand against the Ottoman Empire, his fierce defense of Christian morality, and his harsh but ultimately fair application of justice to those who deserved it. In these narratives, impalement wasn't just a particularly creative form of torture that would give modern human rights organizations nightmares. It was reframed as righteous judgment against traitors, criminals, and enemies of the faith. Basically, cosmic justice delivered through very sharp wooden stakes. These artistic works essentially performed a complete makeover on his more ghastly acts, reframing them as necessary actions taken by a leader who was burdened with the heavy, thankless task of ruling during incredibly turbulent times. It was like having the world's most creative PR team working centuries after the fact to rehabilitate someone's image. The moral and spiritual framing of his actions in cultural memory is absolutely fascinating from a psychological and anthropological perspective. While Western Europe continued to focus on his savagery with the kind of morbid fascination usually reserved for true crime podcasts, in Eastern Europe, his deeds gradually became imbued with deeper spiritual significance that transformed them into something approaching holy acts. His extreme punishments, particularly those directed at the boyars and corrupt officials who had been exploiting the common people, were often portrayed as acts of divine retribution, cosmic justice restoring proper order and punishing sin in a world that seemed to have forgotten basic morality. He was increasingly seen as an instrument of God's will, an earthly sword wielded by divine providence, a defender of the church and the common people against the forces of injustice and foreign domination. This perspective allowed his brutality to be not just absorbed, but actually celebrated within collective memory, especially when it was directed against perceived enemies of the faith or threats to social order. It's a powerful and somewhat disturbing example of how culture can reinterpret even the most horrifying acts to fit a desired nationalist or religious narrative that serves contemporary political needs. This cultural reimagining had a profound and lasting impact on Romanian nationalism and collective memory that persists to this day. For Romanians struggling with their own national identity over the centuries, Vlad III became a powerful symbol of national independence and resistance against foreign rule, particularly against the Ottoman Empire and later the Austro-Hungarian Empire that kept trying to control their destiny. He embodied a spirit of defiant sovereignty, a willingness to fight against impossible odds, to preserve cultural and political distinctiveness, even when such resistance seemed suicidal. In the 19th and 20th centuries, as Romanian national identity finally began to solidify into something resembling modern nationalism, figures like Vlad the Impaler were held up as shining examples of uncompromising strength and patriotism. His harshness was systematically downplayed or justified as a necessary evil for the survival of the nation. The kind of tough decisions that true leaders have to make when everything is on the line. He became a figure that Romanian children would learn about in school, not as the terrifying impaler of Western horror stories, but as a resolute, brave leader who defended his land and people against overwhelming odds. And finally, we come to the myth's remarkable persistence and its endless adaptations in modern culture, which is where things get truly wild and wonderfully absurd. While the historical Vlad was busy fighting Ottomans and turning his enemies into gruesome landscape decorations, the myth of Dracula took on a completely independent life of its own through Bram Stoker's 1897 novel. Stoker, probably drawing inspiration from those sensational German pamphlets about Vlad's atrocities and bits of Balkan folklore about vampires and supernatural creatures, created the iconic Count Dracula, a fictional, aristocratic, cape-wearing, blood-sucking monster who bore only a passing resemblance to the historical prince. This novel essentially catapulted the name Dracula, which was actually Vlad's patronymic, derived from his father's membership in the Order of the Dragon, into global consciousness, forever linking the brutal medieval prince with the supernatural vampire in ways that would probably have baffled everyone involved. The subsequent adaptations in film, television, literature, and probably interpretive dance have only solidified this image, largely overshadowing the actual historical figure with a fictional character who wears better clothes and has significantly better dental work. So while historians continue to labor diligently to separate fact from fiction, for most people around the world, Vlad the Impaler remains inextricably linked to the Cape, the Fangs, and the Transylvanian castle, serving as a testament to the absolutely incredible power of storytelling to create entirely new realities out of old legends. It makes you wonder, as you settle deeper into your comfortable bed, what other historical figures might be lurking just beneath the surface of our popular myths, waiting for their equally complex, equally human truths to be uncovered and understood. Now, let's settle back into that comfortable spot. Maybe let your breathing slow down naturally and delve even deeper into the most fascinating and twisted relationship in Vlad's formative years. We've talked about his time as a sultan's hostage, but let's really zoom in on that specific dynamic, the complicated, dangerous, and deeply personal relationship between young Vlad and the Ottoman Sultan. Because this wasn't just your average medieval kidnapping situation. This was a meticulously crafted political education program combined with a psychological pressure cooker, specifically designed to transform a potentially troublesome prince into a compliant puppet ruler. Picture this scenario for a moment. You're the Sultan, basically the medieval equivalent of a superpower CEO, and you're holding the future leader of a persistently annoying border territory as your honored guest. The diplomatic and personal dynamics of Vlad's captivity were incredibly complex, like a chess game where the pieces were actual people with feelings, ambitions, and the inconvenient tendency to have their own ideas about their future. Vlad and his younger brother Radu weren't just thrown into some dungeon and forgotten about like inconvenient political baggage. They were integrated into the Ottoman court, trained alongside young Ottoman nobles and princes, given the kind of education that would have been the envy of most European royalty. This wasn't simply about keeping them as insurance policies, though they certainly served that function. This was an elaborate, long-term project of political and cultural assimilation, like the world's most sophisticated exchange student program, except the exchange was definitely not voluntary. The Sultan, first Murad II, then later Mehmed II, would have seen these boys as incredibly valuable future assets. Think of them as potential CEOs in training for a subsidiary company that kept causing problems for the main corporation. If you could properly indoctrinate these future rulers of Wallachia, they would theoretically become loyal vassals of the Ottoman Empire, solving your border security issues while providing a convenient buffer against other troublesome neighbors. The boys learned Turkish until they were fluent, absorbed Ottoman customs like cultural sponges, and gained intimate knowledge of the empire's inner workings, all under the watchful, ever-present supervision of the Sultan's court officials. This created a unique and deeply uncomfortable bond, a profound knowledge of the enemy from the inside, combined with the constant awareness that they were essentially very well-educated prisoners whose lives depended on their captors' continued goodwill. This intimate, yet coercive relationship led to what might be the most psychologically complex aspect of Vlad's development, his masterful dual posture of submission and defiance. While living within the Ottoman court, surrounded by overwhelming displays of their power, and constantly reminded of his vulnerable position, he would have had to perfect the art of appearing submissive just to survive another day. He would have learned the intricate choreography of courtly flattery, mastered the subtle nods of agreement that kept him alive, and developed an almost theatrical ability to display the outward signs of respect and deference expected from a high-value hostage. But underneath this carefully constructed facade, a fierce spirit of defiance was clearly brewing like a slow-burning fire. Historical accounts suggest that even as a young man, Vlad was notably defiant in ways that probably gave his Ottoman minders frequent headaches. He often clashed with his tutors, showed an independent streak that must have been both impressive and deeply concerning to his captors, and displayed the kind of unyielding personality that suggested this particular re-education project might not be going according to plan. This internal conflict between enforced loyalty and simmering rebellion would become the defining characteristic of his later reign. He was essentially being trained to become a master of deception, learning to appear compliant while secretly maintaining his own agenda, developing the psychological skills to bend without breaking, to submit without surrendering his core identity. The tensions in this relationship weren't just theoretical, they played out in concrete, dramatic ways throughout his early life. After his initial release from direct Ottoman custody and his brief, chaotic first reign in Wallachia, things went sideways pretty quickly. He found himself on the run like a medieval fugitive, seeking refuge with Hungarian noblemen who were happy to harbour a useful enemy of the Ottomans, and even directly engaging in military raids against Ottoman forces in the years that followed. While these weren't exactly escape attempts in the traditional sense, he wasn't tunneling out of prison with a spoon. These actions represented a clear, dramatic break from any perceived loyalty or submission to the Sultan. He wasn't content to be some disgruntled former hostage writing angry letters to the editor. He was actively working against Ottoman interests, strategically aligning himself with their enemies, and participating in military actions that directly challenged their authority in the region. This was an incredibly dangerous game that required not just immense personal courage, but also the kind of strategic foresight that suggested his Ottoman education had taught him more about warfare and politics than his captors probably intended. The Sultan's strategic use of hostage diplomacy to control and influence Wallachian politics was, from a purely tactical standpoint, brilliantly effective. By holding royal princes like Vlad and Radu, the Sultan possessed direct personal leverage over their father, Vlad II Dracula. It was like having the ultimate insurance policy. He could demand tribute, military assistance, or specific political concessions, secure in the knowledge that non-compliance might result in some very unpleasant consequences for the royal family. When Vlad II Dracula failed to meet Ottoman demands, or appeared to be getting too cozy with Hungarian allies, the Sultan could leverage his control over the sons like a medieval puppet master. He briefly installed Vlad III in 1448, then later deployed Radu to conquer Wallachia when a more reliably compliant ruler was needed. It was a remarkably sophisticated strategy for ensuring that Wallachia remained a vassal state, preferably ruled by someone who had been thoroughly groomed within the Ottoman political ecosystem. The Ottoman imperial system was basically a finely tuned machine for maintaining regional control through a combination of military might, economic pressure, and this kind of sophisticated hostage diplomacy. It was like having a very effective management consultancy, except instead of corporate restructuring, they specialized in political subjugation. These formative experiences, this bizarre blend of education, indoctrination, forced submission, and carefully hidden defiance, had absolutely profound implications for Vlad's later hostility and military tactics. His extended time in Istanbul and other Ottoman centers gave him intimate, detailed knowledge of Ottoman military organization, their tactical preferences, their administrative weaknesses, and their cultural blind spots. He spoke their language fluently, understood their cultural assumptions, and had observed their governmental machinery from the inside like a corporate spy who'd spent years in the boardroom. This insider knowledge allowed him to devise incredibly effective counter-strategies, such as his famous night attack on Mehmed II's camp, and to wage the kind of devastating psychological warfare that played directly on Ottoman fears, prejudices, and expectations. His personal enmity with Mehmed II, who had likely been a contemporary and possibly even a rival during their shared youth in the Ottoman court, undoubtedly added a deeply personal dimension to his fierce resistance. This wasn't just some abstract geopolitical conflict between empires. Vlad wasn't simply fighting against Ottoman expansion or defending Wallachian independence in some noble, patriotic sense. He was fighting a personal demon, engaging in mortal combat with a living embodiment of his years of subjugation, humiliation, and the psychological forces that had shaped him into the terrifying figure he became. His ultimate hostility toward the Ottoman Empire wasn't just political opportunism or strategic necessity. It was a deep, visceral, almost pathological rejection of the path his captors had so carefully planned for him, a violent refusal to become the compliant puppet they had spent years trying to create. It was a man, broken and reforged, deciding to set his own bloody destiny. Now, with that rather intense understanding of Vlad's psychological motivations settling gently into your mind like dark sediment in still water, let's explore something equally fascinating and complex. How did people actually react to his methods at the time? Because the image of Vlad the Impaler isn't just about what he did, it's about how others perceived, interpreted, and spun his actions. And as you might guess, it's far from a simple, unanimous condemnation. It's more like trying to get a consensus on pineapple pizza, except with significantly more impaling involved. So let your mind drift gently through the murky, complicated waters of medieval public opinion, and let's shed some light on the contemporary reception of Vlad's brutality. Because understanding how people reacted to him in his own time helps us understand how legends are made, how monsters are created, and how the same person can simultaneously be a hero and a villain, depending on where you're standing. First, let's examine how Christian contemporaries, Ottoman authorities, and local populations viewed Vlad's tactics. This wasn't some unified, monolithic response where everyone got together and agreed he was terrible. Instead, it was a complex, contradictory tapestry woven with threads of fear, admiration, revulsion, and weary acceptance, like trying to get a medieval focus group to agree on anything. For many Christian rulers in Western Europe, particularly those who lay awake at night worrying about relentless Ottoman expansion, Vlad was often regarded as a formidable and even heroic defender of Christendom. Sure, his methods were undoubtedly extreme, more extreme than a reality TV show about medieval torture techniques, but they were frequently seen as a necessary evil, a fierce bulwark against a much greater existential threat. These rulers heard tales of his cruelty, yes, but those stories often came packaged with news of successful stands against the Ottomans, and frankly, that was what really mattered to them. It was like having a very effective but morally questionable security guard. You might not like his methods, but you definitely appreciated the results when your enemies decided to shop elsewhere. Ottoman authorities, naturally, viewed Vlad as a particularly troublesome and dangerous rebel, like that one employee who not only refuses to follow company policy, but actively tries to burn down the corporate headquarters. They recognized his tactical brilliance and grudgingly acknowledged the psychological impact of his methods, calling him Kazakli Bey, the Impaler Prince, which sounds like the worst possible superhero name ever conceived. They respected his military prowess in the way you might respect a particularly venomous snake, from a safe distance and with a healthy dose of fear. But they saw his actions as barbaric and a direct challenge to their authority. Certainly not the behavior expected from a loyal vassal who was supposed to pay tribute and keep quiet. Local Wallachian populations probably had the most complicated and terrifying relationship with Vlad of all. Imagine living under such a ruler. It would be like having the world's most effective but unpredictable neighborhood watch program. You would likely be absolutely terrified of him, knowing that any perceived transgression, any moment of bad luck or poor judgment, could lead to a swift and spectacularly brutal death. Yet at the same time, you might also have felt a strange, grudging sense of security. Crime was virtually non-existent during Vlad's reign. Apparently, even medieval criminals weren't stupid enough to risk getting impaled over petty theft. Stories tell of gold purses being left untouched in public squares for days, not because people were honest, but because everyone was too terrified of the consequences to even think about stealing. So alongside the pervasive terror, there was probably a fierce, if reluctant, appreciation for the order and defense he provided against greater external threats. It was like living under martial law, administered by someone with a medieval psychology degree and a serious anger management problem. And this brings us to one of the most important factors in shaping Vlad's legacy: propaganda. Oh, what a starring role propaganda played in this whole drama. Medieval rulers were absolute masters of spin, making modern politicians look like amateurs when it came to controlling narratives and manipulating public opinion. Propaganda played a monumental role in both exaggerating and maligning Vlad's cruelty, depending on who was doing the storytelling and what their agenda happened to be. The infamous German pamphlets, which were printed and widely circulated like medieval tabloids, depicted him as an unspeakably sadistic monster driven by an insatiable thirst for blood. These pamphlets detailed his atrocities with vivid, often sensationalized relish that would make modern horror movie directors take notes. But here's the thing. These pamphlets weren't objective journalism. They served very specific political agendas, primarily those of German merchants from Transylvania, whom Vlad had severely punished for various economic transgressions, and later Matthias Corvinus of Hungary, who had imprisoned Vlad for his own political reasons. These publications were designed to completely demonize Vlad, to present him as beyond the pale of civilized behavior, thereby justifying opposition to him and making him a convenient scapegoat for various political machinations. Conversely, Slavic folktales and Wallachian narratives often presented a dramatically different picture, like looking at the same person through completely different filters. While these stories acknowledged his harshness, you can't really ignore the mass impalement. They frequently portrayed him as a just, if severe, ruler, a courageous defender of his people, a champion against corruption and foreign invaders who brought order to chaos and justice to the unjust. These narratives highlighted his unwavering resolve to enforce law and order, his protection of the poor and powerless, and his willingness to punish those who exploited them, even if it meant taking harsh measures against wealthy boyars or foreign merchants. They essentially turned his brutality into a mark of strength and righteous anger, transforming a terrifying tyrant into a folk hero who happened to have very creative methods of problem solving. This leads us directly to the complex idea of local appreciation for his defense of territories, despite his obvious harshness. For the Wallachian peasantry, who had suffered greatly under corrupt nobles and continuous foreign raids, Vlad's iron rule, despite its terrors, often meant a period of relative stability and security from external aggression. He protected them, albeit with the kind of heavy hand that would make modern human rights organizations file very strongly worded complaints. His campaigns against the Ottoman Empire were seen as direct defense of their homes, their families, and their Christian faith. The severe punishments he dealt out to criminals and corrupt officials, regardless of their social standing or connections, resonated powerfully with common people who yearned for justice and order in a world that seemed perpetually chaotic and unfair. It was essentially a terrifying trade-off that many people were willing to accept. Live in fear of your own ruler's unpredictable wrath, but live without fear of foreign invaders, corrupt officials, or complete social anarchy. For many, that was probably a deal worth making, even if the terms were written in blood. The Ottoman portrayal of Vlad was predictably consistent and thoroughly unflattering. He was a perfidious, treacherous vassal, and a dangerous rebel who had violated every expectation of loyalty and submission. Sultan Mehmed II, who knew Vlad personally from their shared youth in captivity, saw him as someone who had openly and defiantly rejected Ottoman authority, reneging on tribute payments and launching destructive raids into Ottoman territory like a medieval terrorist with governmental backing. Ottoman chroniclers emphasized his cruelty as a clear mark of his barbarity and spiritual corruption, reinforcing their own moral superiority and providing convenient justification for their military campaigns against him. For them, Vlad was Kazakler Voivoda, the impaling voivode, a symbol of savage, uncivilized resistance that needed to be crushed to maintain the proper order of their empire and demonstrate what happened to vassals who got ideas above their station. When we step back and reflect on the sheer complexity of public perceptions during wartime, particularly in the brutal, unforgiving 15th century, it becomes crystal clear that there are no simple answers to questions about right and wrong, hero and villain. In a world absolutely saturated with violence, where survival was a daily struggle and death was always lurking around the corner, people often prioritized immediate security and basic order above what we would consider fundamental human rights. What was absolutely monstrous to one group was genuinely heroic to another. What appeared barbaric to an invading force looked like righteous, necessary defense to the people being invaded. The narratives spun around Vlad were deeply colored by political allegiances, religious loyalties, immediate physical threats, and the basic human need to make sense of a chaotic, dangerous world. His story forces us to grapple with the deeply uncomfortable truth that historical figures are rarely one-dimensional villains or heroes straight out of a fairy tale. They are complex products of their time, forged in the fires of specific conflicts, shaped by particular pressures, and their legacies are determined as much by the stories told about them as by the actual deeds they committed. It's a sobering reminder that perception itself can be a weapon, as powerful and as potentially devastating as any impaling stake, capable of transforming the same person into either a monster or a savior, depending on who's telling the story and what they need that story to accomplish. Now, with that rather unsettling thought simmering gently in the background like a pot of medieval stew you're not entirely sure you want to taste, let's pivot from the gritty realities of 15th century propaganda and delve into something even more ethereal and enduring. We're going to explore the absolutely fascinating transformation of Vlad the Impaler, from a real flesh and blood, albeit spectacularly brutal prince, into a legendary holy warrior. Because this is where history starts to get fuzzy around the edges, where myth takes over the narrative, shaping not just how we remember him, but how an entire nation came to define itself. So let your thoughts drift comfortably now. Maybe let that pillow cradle your head a little more snugly, and perhaps let your imagination take the reins as we explore how the tales of Vlad grew and changed over the centuries, like shadows stretching long and distorted in the fading light of historical accuracy. First, let's talk about his absolutely incredible transformation from a historical figure into a legendary holy warrior in folklore and national identity. It's like watching a medieval game of telephone, except instead of the message getting garbled, it gets completely reimagined into something that serves the storyteller's agenda. You see, while Western European pamphlets were busy working overtime to demonize him as a bloodthirsty tyrant with serious anger management issues, other narratives, particularly within Wallachia and later Romania, began to transform him into something quite different and far more palatable. He wasn't just some brutal warlord with a creative approach to execution methods. He became a symbol, a fierce protector of Christian values and national independence, like a medieval superhero whose superpower happened to be making his enemies think twice about their life choices. In these evolving stories, his ruthlessness wasn't presented as a character flaw or a sign of mental instability. Instead, it was reframed as a necessary virtue, a divinely sanctioned tool used to cleanse the land of its corrupt elements and protect it from foreign invaders who didn't have the country's best interests at heart. This gradual shift from brutal prince to national hero was cemented over centuries of retelling, especially during periods when Romanians were desperately seeking historical figures to embody their centuries-long struggle for independence against a series of larger, more powerful empires that kept trying to absorb them. It was like a very long, very bloody game of cultural identity building, where the most terrifying figure from your past becomes your most inspiring role model. Then we have the literary and artistic depictions that played an absolutely massive role in enhancing his stature as a divine protector and symbol of justice. Think about the ballads and heroic poems that circulated, not just in Romanian, but across Slavic lands like medieval viral content. These weren't objective historical documentaries, trying to present a balanced view of events. They were carefully crafted works of art, designed to inspire national pride and instill a sense of cultural identity. They emphasized his unwavering stand against the Ottoman Empire, his fierce defense of Christian morality, and his harsh but ultimately fair application of justice to those who deserved it. In these narratives, impalement wasn't just a particularly creative form of torture that would give modern human rights organizations nightmares. It was reframed as righteous judgment against traitors, criminals, and enemies of the faith, basically cosmic justice delivered through very sharp wooden stakes. These artistic works essentially performed a complete makeover on his more ghastly acts, reframing them as necessary actions taken by a leader who was burdened with the heavy, thankless task of ruling during incredibly turbulent times. It was like having the world's most creative PR team working centuries after the fact to rehabilitate someone's image. The moral and spiritual framing of his actions in cultural memory is absolutely fascinating from a psychological and anthropological perspective. While Western Europe continued to focus on his savagery with the kind of morbid fascination usually reserved for true crime podcasts, in Eastern Europe, his deeds gradually became imbued with deeper spiritual significance that transformed them into something approaching holy acts. His extreme punishments, particularly those directed at the boyars and corrupt officials who had been exploiting the common people, were often portrayed as acts of divine retribution, cosmic justice, restoring proper order and punishing sin in a world that seemed to have forgotten basic morality. He was increasingly seen as an instrument of God's will, an earthly sword wielded by divine providence, a defender of the church and the common people against the forces of injustice and foreign domination. This perspective allowed his brutality to be not just absorbed, but actually celebrated within collective memory, especially when it was directed against perceived enemies of the faith or threats to social order. It's a powerful and somewhat disturbing example of how culture can reinterpret even the most horrifying acts to fit a desired nationalist or religious narrative that serves contemporary political needs. This cultural reimagining had a profound and lasting impact on Romanian nationalism and collective memory that persists to this day. For Romanians struggling with their own national identity over the centuries, Vlad the Third became a powerful symbol of national independence and resistance against foreign rule, particularly against the Ottoman Empire and later the Austro-Hungarian Empire that kept trying to control their destiny. He embodied a spirit of defiant sovereignty, a willingness to fight against impossible odds, to preserve cultural and political distinctiveness, even when such resistance seemed suicidal. In the 19th and 20th centuries, as Romanian national identity finally began to solidify into something resembling modern nationalism, figures like Vlad the Impaler were held up as shining examples of uncompromising strength and patriotism. His harshness was systematically downplayed or justified as a necessary evil for the survival of the nation, the kind of tough decisions that true leaders have to make when everything is on the line. He became a figure that Romanian children would learn about in school, not as the terrifying impaler of Western horror stories, but as a resolute, brave leader who defended his land and people against overwhelming odds. And finally, we come to the myth's remarkable persistence and its endless adaptations in modern culture, which is where things get truly wild and wonderfully absurd. While the historical Vlad was busy fighting Ottomans and turning his enemies into gruesome landscape decorations, the myth of Dracula took on a completely independent life of its own through Bram Stoker's 1897 novel. Stoker, probably drawing inspiration from those sensational German pamphlets about Vlad's atrocities and bits of Balkan folklore about vampires and supernatural creatures, created the iconic Count Dracula, a fictional, aristocratic, cape-wearing, blood-sucking monster who bore only a passing resemblance to the historical prince. This novel essentially catapulted the name Dracula, which was actually Vlad's patronymic, derived from his father's membership in the Order of the Dragon, into global consciousness, forever linking the brutal medieval prince with the supernatural vampire in ways that would probably have baffled everyone involved. The subsequent adaptations in film, television, literature, and probably interpretive dance have only solidified this image, largely overshadowing the actual historical figure with a fictional character who wears better clothes and has significantly better dental work. So, while historians continue to labor diligently to separate fact from fiction, for most people around the world, Vlad the Impaler remains inextricably linked to the Cape, the Fangs, and the Transylvanian castle, serving as a testament to the absolutely incredible power of storytelling to create entirely new realities out of old legends. It makes you wonder, doesn't it, as you settle deeper into your comfortable bed, what other historical figures might be lurking just beneath the surface of our popular myths, waiting for their equally complex, equally human truths to be uncovered and understood. Now, let's take a deep, calming breath together and let those heavy thoughts just dissolve like sugar in warm tea. Let the worries of the day, and perhaps the rather unsettling thoughts of historical impalement, gently drift away like smoke from a dying fire. This next part is going to be different. We're stepping away from the grand politics and brutal battles for a moment. Instead, we're going to immerse ourselves completely in the world of young Vlad through the small, intimate details that would have shaped his senses and, through them, quietly molded his developing psyche. We're going to paint a picture together, stroke by careful, gentle stroke, designed to soothe and relax you, even as we touch upon what was undoubtedly a harsh historical reality. Think of it as a guided meditation through medieval landscapes, except with historically accurate levels of hygiene and considerably more political intrigue. So soften your gaze, let your muscles loosen, and release whatever tension they've been holding, and allow your imagination to gently unfurl like a flower opening to morning light. Picture, if you will, the crisp, cool air of a Wallachian morning, perhaps just before dawn when the world holds its breath between night and day. You're not being jostled by crowds or startled by harsh noises. Instead, you hear the quiet, steady murmur of a nearby stream, its clear waters gently tumbling over smooth, moss-covered stones that have been polished by centuries of flowing water. Perhaps you catch the distant, rhythmic chirping of crickets, gradually fading as the first pale hint of light brushes the eastern horizon like watercolor on canvas. The air carries the rich, earthy scent of damp soil, heavy with fallen leaves that crackle softly underfoot, and the faint, sweet perfume of pine needles carried on a gentle breeze from the ancient forests that cloak the surrounding hills like a green blanket. This was the Wallachia of his earliest memories, a place of wild, untamed beauty where the sounds of nature would have been constant, comforting companions, at least before everything went horribly wrong. Then picture the stark shift, like changing channels from a nature documentary to a foreign news report. Imagine the sounds of an Ottoman military camp, not during the chaos of battle, but in its daily rhythm of organized efficiency. You hear the distant, low calls of camels, those grumpy desert ships that probably had better travel insurance than most medieval princes, the soft shuffling and snorting of horses tethered nearby, maybe the quiet metallic clink of a soldier methodically cleaning his equipment, because proper weapon maintenance was apparently as important then as it is now. The air here is different, drier, perhaps, with the faint exotic scent of unfamiliar spices drifting from cooking fires, mixed with the acrid undertone of wood smoke and that distinctive dusty smell of countless footsteps on dry earth. You might hear the quiet murmur of prayers in languages you don't recognize, rhythmic and hypnotic, carried on the evening breeze, or the gentle strumming of a stringed instrument floating from a distant tent as darkness settles over the camp like a blanket. Even in such a strictly military environment, there would have been these moments of unexpected quiet, of mundane routine, of sensory input that gradually built a complex landscape in a young, observant mind that was learning to navigate between two very different worlds. Consider the textures that would have become familiar to him. The roughness of coarse wool clothing against young skin. No soft cotton t-shirts in the 15th century, unfortunately. The smooth, surprisingly cool feel of polished marble floors in the Sultan's palace, a luxury that would have contrasted sharply with the rough, uneven cobblestones of bustling marketplaces where merchants hawked everything from exotic spices to questionable medical remedies. Think about the sun-warmed stone of a fortress wall on a pleasant afternoon, or the soft, fine dust that would inevitably coat your shoes and clothes after a long day of medieval travel. These seemingly small, insignificant details, repeated day after day, year after year, would have formed the tactile backdrop of his entire formative experience, silently influencing his perceptions and shaping his unconscious adaptations to radically different environments. The role of architecture, nature, and the rhythms of everyday life in shaping Vlad's experiences was absolutely profound in ways that probably didn't occur to anyone at the time. In Wallachia, he would have known the comforting, reassuring solidness of timber and stone castles, built for defense and shelter, designed to blend almost seamlessly into the rugged landscape like natural outgrowths of the mountains themselves. The vast, ancient forests weren't just scenic backdrops or convenient places to hunt deer for dinner. They were places of refuge and natural labyrinthine defenses that could conceal entire armies or offer escape routes when diplomatic solutions failed and someone needed to disappear quickly and quietly. Then, in the Ottoman cities and courts, he would have encountered something completely different. The sheer scale and intricate, almost mathematical beauty of imperial architecture. Grand mosques with towering minarets reaching toward heaven like stone prayers. Bustling bazaars with gracefully arched pathways that created cool shadows, even in the heat of midday. And palaces adorned with complex geometric patterns and flowing Arabic script that turned walls into works of art. These weren't just impressive buildings designed to show off imperial wealth and power. They were physical manifestations of a completely different worldview, architectural expressions of an empire that saw itself as divinely ordained and culturally superior to the rough wooden structures of medieval Europe. Even the daily rhythms of life told their own stories. The structured, precisely timed prayers of the Muslims that marked the passing hours like a human clock. The bustling trade of caravans bringing exotic goods from distant lands that most Europeans had never even heard of. And the disciplined, almost mechanical training of the elite Janissary corps that moved with the precision of a well-oiled machine. All of these everyday moments, these routine sensory experiences, gradually contributed to his developing understanding of the mighty empire that held him captive, teaching him lessons about organization, efficiency, and the practical applications of power that no textbook could have provided. We can use these evocative images to help induce relaxation and create an immersive experience for you, dear listener, like a very gentle historical spa treatment for your imagination. This isn't about the disturbing details of what he later did to his enemies. This is about letting your mind wander peacefully through the landscapes he once inhabited, experiencing them through his young senses. Imagine the profound stillness of a Wallachian forest at dusk, when the day's activities have quieted and the world seems to pause between light and darkness. Picture the fading golden light filtering through ancient trees, creating long, soft shadows that dance gently with every breath of wind. Hear the gentle rustle of leaves, feel the cool, clean air on your skin, carrying the scent of moss and distant rain. Or envision yourself sitting quietly by a slow-moving river, perhaps the mighty Danube itself, its wide surface gleaming like polished silver under a pale moon, carrying with it the scent of distant reeds and the hypnotic sound of water gently lapping against its banks. Let these peaceful, evocative images guide your thoughts, allowing any tension or stress you might be holding to simply float away downstream. The deliberately calm pacing and soothing vocabulary we're using here are specifically chosen to prepare your mind and body for restful sleep. There's no rush, no sudden dramatic turns or jarring revelations. Just a gentle, measured unfolding of historical realism, carefully linked with soft, speculative imagination that invites you to drift along with the story. Think of the profound silence that might have settled over an Ottoman camp after the final call to prayer of the day, when the only sounds would be the distant crackle of a dying fire and the gentle, rhythmic breathing of sleeping soldiers. Picture the vast night sky stretching endlessly above, dotted with more stars than you could count in a lifetime, offering a sense of cosmic perspective and grand stillness that makes all human conflicts seem small and temporary. This careful linking of sensory details with historical realism and gentle speculative imagination isn't just atmospheric decoration. It highlights how these diverse, sometimes contradictory environments would have gradually shaped a young, impressionable mind. While the historical facts provide the basic framework of what happened, it's really the smells, the sounds, the textures, and those quiet moments of careful observation that would have truly molded Vlad into the complex figure he became. He learned to survive and eventually thrive, not just through political maneuvering and strategic thinking, but through developing an almost instinctual understanding of his surroundings, honed by years of silent, careful observation, while appearing to be nothing more than a compliant hostage. Each detail, each sensory input, each moment of sensory experience taught him something fundamental about power, vulnerability, and the complex world he was destined to rule. And with that gentle thought settling into your mind like a soft blanket, you can let your own consciousness drift peacefully, gently, and naturally into the quiet darkness of restful sleep. Now, as you float in that serene space between wakefulness and dreams, let's turn our attention to perhaps the most challenging aspect of Vlad's story to truly wrap our heads around: his brutality. We've touched on it, hinted at its horrors, and even tried to understand its origins. But now, we're we're going to examine it through a very specific, admittedly uncomfortable lens. The idea that these utterly terrifying methods weren't just random acts of medieval sadism or the hobbies of a particularly creative psychopath, but were, in a very grim historical sense, a calculated necessity in what was essentially a desperate fight for survival. So let your mind remain calm and receptive, like a still pond reflecting moonlight, and allow the complexities of this difficult historical reality to unfold gently around you. From a scholarly perspective, when historians look at Vlad's brutal methods with their academic microscopes, they are essentially framed by what researchers call the strategic imperatives of his time. It's like analysing a particularly nasty corporate takeover, except instead of hostile buyouts and boardroom politics, you had actual hostility and people getting literally impaled. Historians often point out that while Vlad's actions were extreme even by medieval standards, and medieval standards were already pretty grim, they weren't entirely out of context for the kind of warfare that was considered normal in the 15th century. The key insight here is understanding that his brutality was methodical, calculated, and aimed at very specific political and military objectives. He wasn't just executing people because he was having a bad day, or because he enjoyed the sound of screaming. He was sending carefully crafted messages, leveraging terror as a precision tool of governance and defense when conventional diplomatic or military means were either unavailable or completely insufficient for the job at hand. This pragmatic scholarly view helps us see his actions through his eyes. Not necessarily to excuse them, because let's be honest, there's no excusing mass impalement, but to comprehend their twisted logic within what was essentially a brutal, zero-sum game of survival where second place meant extinction. When you compare Vlad's ruthlessness with other medieval rulers, the picture gets even more disturbing. While impalement was indeed a particularly gruesome method that would give modern human rights organizations permanent nightmares, severe punishments, and the strategic use of terror were actually pretty common throughout the medieval world. It was like a very violent trend that everyone was participating in. Consider the brutal methods employed by the English during their reconquest of Normandy, where entire populations were systematically slaughtered. Or think about the massacres that routinely followed sieges across Europe, where putting entire cities to the sword was considered standard operating procedure. Leaders like Timur, also known as Tamerlane, famously built actual pyramids made of human skulls as warnings to potential enemies, basically the medieval equivalent of leaving one-star Yelp reviews, except with significantly more permanent consequences. Even the supposedly more civilized European leaders regularly used torture, dismemberment, and public executions as entertainment for the masses. Medieval justice was basically reality TV, with higher stakes and no commercial breaks. Vlad's distinction lies less in the uniqueness of his methods, and more in the absolutely unprecedented scale and deliberate psychological intent behind them. He took existing, albeit terrible, practices and elevated them to what you might call an art form, specifically calculated to maximize fear and intimidation with the efficiency of a medieval psychological warfare specialist. The deliberate psychological and military effects of such brutality on enemy morale and internal order simply cannot be overstated, especially when you're running what amounts to a medieval startup competing against a massive corporate empire. For Wallachia, which was essentially a small vulnerable state trying to survive between superpowers, terror became what military strategists call a force multiplier, a way to make your limited resources seem much more threatening than they actually were. It meant that a relatively small military force could potentially hold off a much larger one by breaking their psychological resolve before the actual battle even began, or by deterring them from attacking in the first place. It was like having the world's most effective "Beware of Dog" sign, except instead of a dog, you had forests of impaled enemies serving as very graphic lawn ornaments. For maintaining internal order, the message was equally clear and brutally simple. Crime, corruption, and disloyalty would be met with swift, overwhelming, and absolutely unforgettable punishment. This instilled a level of fear so profound that stories circulated of valuable goods being left completely untouched in public spaces for days at a time. A testament to the iron-fisted justice that permeated every aspect of his realm. This extraordinary level of social control, enforced entirely through fear rather than love or respect, was arguably what allowed tiny Wallachia to maintain its precarious independence against the overwhelmingly powerful Ottoman Empire, even if that independence only lasted for a few crucial, bloody years. When we reflect on how desperation can drive moral compromises in leadership, Vlad's reign serves as a stark, deeply chilling case study in the ethics of survival. Faced with an existential threat from the Ottoman Empire that explicitly aimed to completely absorb Wallachia and erase its cultural identity, plus constant internal treachery from boyars who would cheerfully align themselves with any foreign power that promised them wealth and status, Vlad might have genuinely believed that extreme measures were literally the only way to preserve his country's existence. It's the ultimate, most extreme version of the ends justify the means argument, where the ends were the survival of his people, their culture, and their political independence, and the means were horrific acts of terror that would haunt European consciousness for centuries. It forces us to consider what moral lines might be crossed when the alternative isn't just political defeat, but complete cultural annihilation. Finally, we come to the gentle, careful unpacking of these historical realities versus our modern sensibilities, because there's a massive gap between medieval survival logic and contemporary humanitarian values. It is absolutely crucial for us, sitting safely in our modern world with our human rights conventions and international law, to acknowledge the genuinely horrific nature of Vlad's actions by any reasonable contemporary standard. No amount of historical context or strategic analysis can truly sanitize or justify the immense suffering he inflicted on thousands of people. The screams were real, the pain was real, and the terror was absolutely real. Yet to honestly understand history, rather than just judge it from our comfortable moral high ground, we must try to comprehend the thought processes and circumstances that led to such extreme behavior. We can condemn the brutality, and we absolutely should, while still seeking to understand the desperation, the impossible choices, and the brutal logic that might have fueled it. This journey through Vlad's world isn't about condoning violence or suggesting that his methods were acceptable. It's about recognizing the complex, often tragic choices that leaders faced in a world far removed from our own, where the stakes were genuinely life or death, and every single decision carried the weight of a nation's survival or extinction. And with that heavy but important thought settling softly into your awareness like snow on a winter landscape, you can allow your mind to drift peacefully into restful sleep, knowing you are safe now, far from the brutal realities of the 15th century, in a world where we can examine these dark chapters of human history from the security of our warm beds and peaceful nights.